a like relevant to EYP, and then also like making sure someone isn't punished for something that does happen outside of a session, even though it's technically not. Yeah. And I do agree that it does help having like more broader variety of consequences. But this could maybe be explored in terms of like, what if this is in like an eval system, for example, and then for EYP Czech Republic, yeah, I think will be, so one round of debate is about like how we do knowledge sharing in the network. So maybe how we want to approach this, I think is something that is important that we can maybe brainstorm. So I think that's one of the main ways that these are not transparent. So yeah, I think that's that.
Thank you very much. First of all, do we want the lights on? Are we sleepy? Do we need to be woken up? Some say yes, some say no, but let's try it. Can it would be Portugal or Austria maybe try it out? Because I think it's a bit dark. I think it's the bottom one. How is it?
Yeah, let's just say for the health of your eyes and medicine.
Oh no. Okay, it's a middle ground, I would say. Thank you so much, Nika. But yes, we'll be moving on to round of debate. These are very serious and important topics. This is about safeguarding our members' welfare. So please be respectful, be constructive. We're not here to air out our grievances. We're here to understand how to move forward together. So just so you know, please. So if Italy has a point, any other points with Portugal? Okay, then we'll go to Italy and then Portugal. Please.
There are also like rounds of debate that are different sections.
That is a very good point. With Italy and Portugal, is this still corresponding to the first round of debate, meaning national committee level blacklisting? No, yes. Okay, then with Italy and with Cyprus after that.
There's a legit point of information because, and I invite everybody to reply, to respond, or add debates to this. This is my first time giving some blacklisting in an official and structured way. For me, blacklisting has always been the concept of, oh, you blacklisted somebody, which means to me you do not appreciate the presence of this person to your session, which is absolutely fair. When it comes to making it structured, I feel like we're sort of overcomplicating the problem, and this is where I kind of want everybody's opinion as well. Because something happens in the sessions, you can do an evaluation where you can reflect on. Something comes up after the session. If the action that came to be or whatever is just annoying, if you'll allow me, then yes, you are entitled to not want this person at your sessions anymore, but you shouldn't even be playing God, personal opinion, and going to other NCs and saying, oh, don't get that person because they did this, and that. On the other side, if instead the action that came to be had serious consequences, but the evaluation had still been written, I feel like there's still some space to intervene with the fiscal team or with other structured ways instead of creating this other very much informal and I feel also very much dangerous way of handling such situations. So my question mark is, to what extent do we want this to be structured and how much do we want it to just stay an opinion that remains in the NC?
Thank you, Italy. Very important question. We have a lot of direct responses, but it would be Serbia was first.
Yeah, thank you. I do have to agree completely with what you said early. I think that given the sensitivity of the nature, what we are talking about, my opinion is that blacklisting, especially internally, should stay that way. And we should, if we start structuring it, I think it might do more harm than good, given the sensitivity and the nature of the problem. If it's session specific, there are already procedures for that. Even if it's not session specific, we have great structure both network-wide for cases like that. So I would say, and this is one of a very, very few like exceptions, internal stuff, let's leave it the way that it is. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the direct response from to Germany and then we'll go to the Cyprus. And this means that we will not take more direct responses after Germany. I would like to add that also having it structured is very, very difficult in terms of legality. So as an NC who has been trying to figure out ways on how to handle this, I think it is very important to see that it's very, very difficult to even have action and actively having a structured blacklist that states whatever
don't want this person to be there, people can go legally against that. And it's their right, and it should be.
Thank you. 20 seconds. I will count.
Just to piggyback on that. Yes, and this is also something that is not harmonized. These are not harmonized rules. GDPR and within the EU are, and you can argue from one side, perhaps there's a chance, but then there are also other specifics of your national countries. And Germany certainly is very strict also on privacy rules. So, and they're not the only ones. I'm looking at Poland, you're also very strict privacy rules. And so you're always going to have these issues if you're trusting a foreign organization without obtaining consent for it, sorry.
25. In a piece Cyprus, I promise. But that's also very true.
I think we've mentioned this before in previous BNCs by Cyprus, but we completely disagree with everyone. Love you, but disagree with you because we have an actual legal blacklist that is that stands in our constitution and has certain procedures. There's two ways for a person to end up on that blacklist. And also this is like a legal thing that we need to have in our constitution by Cyprus law. So the one thing is that BNC agrees that someone should be put on that blacklist and they go to the AGM, let the member know, they come to the AGM, they have a right to defend themselves, and then the AGM votes on if they want that person to end up in the blacklist. And then their second option is for the members to want someone on the blacklist. So if you can start a procedure as a member where you gather signatures from other members, and if a lot of people, I mean, there's certain quotas, I can look them up for you. I think it's like 2/3 of the economically sound members, I think, like the people that have paid and have right to vote. If they have those signatures, then they can bring it to the MC and the blacklisting procedure can start again the same way. If someone is put on the blacklist, they are the national authority that EYP Cyprus is under is informed, and they are not allowed to participate in any of our events and cannot be near EYP Cyprus events for whatever reason. So it actually becomes a legal point and a legal structure on Zoom.
Thank you. I think it's a very Slack-worthy thing to put in the thread because it's very structured and so it would be nice to have it there if possible so that people can read it and understand it clearly. I'll take one last point for this round, probably maybe Austria. Sorry. And then we'll go back to the president. Can we get a mic to Austria? Thank you.
Hello. This is a general question to like people in the room, but it is like also about national community level blacklisting. Because you speak quite a lot and I've seen some things and I sometimes wonder, because for GDPR reasons, is it actually a thing that you cannot force an eval onto someone because you cannot put in like personal information out there about them because they can just request for the eval to be taken down. And in those cases, what do you do as an MC? Because I mean, you can go forward and report this, but this might take, again, a very long time. Like, I really like the safe reporting team, but if it takes a long time, the person might do more harm in the network than good. And if this is not even flagged or in their eval, because they can just request for it to be taken down, how should we handle this? Yeah.
If I may override the direct responses as a data protection, certified data protection officer, there's no GDPR question for evals because it's all, you're not publicly sharing anything, you're sharing it with the people that, like on a need to know basis, essentially, and you're not really putting out there, it is written that in an eval you should not state personal details anyway, like for example, someone's mental health history, for example, but only their actions, and that's not personal data. Yeah, that has nothing to do with the protection. We promised to go back to the proposing entity. We have to do a little bit of catch up because we moved an agenda item, so we can't recognize all the responses, but there's a lot of Slack thread.
Yeah, so then, because I kind of as a recap of this, is that the question of Italy was like, what structure should this have, in a sense of like, reflection and eval, which I think most people agreed on that, if there's the ability to reflect the behavior in eval, it should be reflected. Like taking out delegates, for example, but, then afterwards that either like having the system be filled by reporting to the safe core team, and then also keeping like an internal, like this on internal level, not making it like international in terms of like GDPR and things like that. And like, I think especially like the legality of structuring a blacklist is, I think, very very big issue, as EUP Germany said. And also, like in that sense, that a lot of systems are less formal than a physical list. I think a lot of NCs, like for us, we don't have like it's usually not just a physical list. Yeah, and Cypress saying that like there's a legality, which I'd love to see in the thread. Yeah, and then of course you also answer that question. So yeah. And the next round is on like what specifically what gaps are being filled by this practice of like blacklisting, or what do you think could be changed to maybe yeah, alleviate the burden of blacklisting?
Thank you very much. Any points for the second round? No, Switzerland doesn't have it anymore, okay? We will take first a point from Sweden, followed by the Netherlands, and then we'll see.
So in Sweden, we have a system under blacklisting called red listing. It's like something we're gonna try, which like for us, blacklisting is you break the code of conduct and you're not allowed to participate in any of our events. And this is only our president knows that. And for every selection panel, we have a president there. And if the person is on a blacklist, we will know like on a need to know basis. So not everybody knows. But we want to try a red list where people like don't really have broken the code of conduct, but you still have done something that should still be like known for our future selection panels. So we have like a red list, if you know what I mean. Kind of. Yeah. Who's next?
The reference was behind you, with Ukraine.
Thank you. We also have the system of blacklist and red listing, and I just wanted to add that red listing directly means for us that while blacklist prohibits the participation of the person in the events, red list just gives like the last priority for the person to be selected.
Thank you for adding this detail to it. With the Netherlands, you mic, GP maybe has a mic? No, they don't. It's coming. Okay, so I think this is something that has like, this was a discussion at some point like years ago, but EYP safety and welfare structures, they're not built to kind of punish, quote unquote, the people who perpetrate breakages of code of conduct. And I'm not saying this is something that should happen, but what that results in often, and also with the fact that this is an organization run by volunteers, is that action taken against people who severely break the code of conduct and could maybe be considered a risk. Like, it's not just like, oh, they drank alcohol over 15%, you know what I mean? It's like more so this person's a risk to others. Like it takes a while, which fair enough, because as I said, we are run by volunteers. And also the measures are sometimes like not I think what people would hope in terms of like taking next steps to safeguard future participants in events. In my perception, of course, not an absolute truth. Yeah, I think that coupled with also the fact that we are not really private investigators, so like amounts of evidence we can gather are limited, makes it so often it is hard to take kind of decisive action. That's not the statement. Thank you. We will take a point from maybe Poland, which has a mic very fast.
Poland.
Huh?
Poland, Poland.
What for this bill? As right now there were like few points about breaking code of conduct. I think that this is something that should be not only like
on internal list, but in an evaluation, as you even have a separate section that's called breaching the code of conduct. And this is something very important which should be passed on to the different NCs, and it's not just on an internal list, as code of conduct is mostly similar among all the NCs. Also, I know that there was mentioned by Czech Republic that sometimes stuff can come up later on after events, even like after evaluation periods, but you can also ask to have this period extended and add it even afterwards if you find out about something. Of course, it would be like a few weeks and not years, but still it's something that should be communicated to the rest of the network. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've been elements was first, so we'll recognize one, no more direct responses. And right, perfect, right?
Yes, I just wanted to say that the reason I don't think flagging on evaluations is used as a measure to kind of replace blacklists is because the people who are responsible for flagging, like flagging is part of an evaluation, people responded for writing evaluations are leadership members. NC cannot write evaluations for like chairpersons, or like vice presidents or like anyone like below leadership. And we cannot interfere in the evaluation writing, as far as I know, Igor's nodding, for like people who are like not leadership. Well, there's a little policy proposal on this later, but I did want to clarify that, so I don't think why I don't think flagging is used for these purposes.
Thank you very much. Representative, can your points be stated in 20 seconds?
Yes.
Then, can we get a mic there behind you from Greece?
From Greece to Cyprus.
12 points.
Okay, so what gaps are being filled by blacklists? Blacklists for us are there, and I guess for everyone, because it's an unofficial vibes-based blacklist, then as soon as the NC changes, then that person is removed from the blacklist because there is no one there to remember what they did. When you have a structured blacklist, then everyone knows either they're new or old. It's there, they can read everything about it. So for us, that's a gap that's being filled by blacklists.
Thank you. Very straight to the point. It would be Finland. We'll go back to you for the response.
Yeah, so just on the recap, I think what we discussed was then different systems of between red listing and blacklisting, so kind of different levels of this is maybe a concerning behavior, but not breaking code of conduct, and then breaking code of conduct. And then also that the evaluations have a space for flagging breaking code of conduct, which is true. But then also how this changes if there's like either continuous behavior or if it comes up later or it's like cumulative behavior. Yeah, and then, but then as said also that leadership is responsible for evals and may not put this in the eval. Yeah. And I think also then the gap being filled of how do blacklists get passed down, also looking back in terms of the legality of this being passed down, how long can you keep a name on the list somewhere in your NC? Practically, yes. Then round 3 is now about inter-NC collaboration.
Very nice. Thank you. So, Switzerland, you can finally have your moment, followed by Ethiopian Ireland. And again, Lucy.
Good morning. I love respecting debate rounds. So I'm just kind of asking into the room as to what exactly you do with the blacklist, because from the discussion, I think a lot of NCs are handling it very differently. And I'm going to share that we, in the end, in Switzerland, we just revoke, after we talk to the person, we revoke their membership in the end. And that's kind of also the end. You know, we don't keep it on a list. They are not a member anymore. They cannot participate in our events in that period. And we also found out that, I'm not sure if we have like Psycho input here, but if like the NSP obviously is involved in this for us, and then this will get passed on to other NSPs in the network. So there is a mechanism in place where you can make sure that this gets passed on a network basis.
Thank you. So interesting to know about all of the different ways. Slovenia was first, but we can take both because I'm guessing they will be related. So for Slovenia and then it's 14.
I just wanted to make a suggestion because this was a very wide question. There are threads in Slack where people can share their experience and their structures instead of now we go one by one in the room where everyone tells how their NC does it. I think that's a very efficient way to handle this, and I encourage everyone to use the Slack threads. Thank you.
Thank you. I would just like to remind everyone that yesterday we did discuss that the possibility of NSPs signing a confidentiality agreement, which would also enable to share certain information while also keeping it on a need to know basis. Because I would also like to remind everyone that when we are taking the welfare of UAP members into consideration, we also have to keep in mind that person who will potentially be blacklisted, we have to keep their welfare intact. So if there is no structured way to blacklist someone, then we risk actually harming that person. So for now, I would say that possibly the first step of this would be having NSPs involved. And then once we work on that system, we can see how to move on from that.
Thank you for the very much relevant perspective on the ZP team. I think it's really fundamental that I'm also involved in this. We have a point from UAP Serbia. No, sorry, I forgot we didn't go to Ireland yet. So it's Ireland and then Serbia.
Thank you. It's actually along the same vein of what the safety team is saying, which I think that we cannot even have network-wide cooperation when it is not structured or standardized in any way, when the requirements and laws are very, very different across the network. I think that if you want to make this something that can help other networks and other people, I think the best way to do so is to allow NSPs to communicate if someone is under investigation within their own NC, which allows the NC to not only support that member who might need help or there might be a misunderstanding or something surrounding that, but also ensures that everyone is aware that it is not just like you're sat in a room and you're like, why am I never allowed to go to UIP Ireland again? I keep applying and they keep saying no. Like it's better for everyone if you create some sort of structure surrounding it that allows people both a mechanism to, object and report, but also ensures that everyone is kept in the loop and it's not just vibes in the dark and silent hating and ops.
Thank you. UAP Serbia, and then we're going back to UAP Finland with no direct response. As just sadly mentioned, we UAP Italy, these are little writing hands and everyone's left. Thank you.
Okay, so kind of similar to the point I made earlier during the debate. I really don't see that many opportunities which would be feasible for like NC to NC cooperation with blacklisting. I think it is extremely internal. It is extremely given the context of your own NC. We do it differently, we have different laws. But I do have to agree with the same point. I think in the network-wide level, given all those differences, NSPs as a very independent body can collaborate. Although I would have to say to me that would be not the step one, but the only step, as mentioned, given the difference in the sensitivity and the nature of the topic.
Thank you. As promised, we're going back to UAP Finland. The people are invited to use that.
Yeah, so then for this round of it, I think the main point was talking about how NSPs should be involved and can be a really good point of communication, especially as a more independent body. I kind of think this was sort of an agreement here. Yeah, and then not having any sharing across the network that doesn't have structure, which I think, yeah, we can talk a lot about like what is gossip culture or something, but I think, yeah, having a more structured approach, I think is something that people want.
Thank you. We have a last general round. We do really need it, but quick, okay? We have 3 points. would be amazing if we can stick to these three. So I see, okay, everyone has a mic, so let's go Italy, Poland, Austria.
I kind of want to state a few things after hearing the whole debate. A few things were mentioned about, yes, the cooperation between NCs and whatnot, but making it structured would come with a few issues. If blacklisting is indeed type-based, I do not like what that person did, we risk losing the educational purpose of UAD. I do not have you at my sessions anymore. There is no investigation, there is no structure, meaning there is no way of appealing that decision, meaning besides maybe Cyprus who has a tracked away. Meaning that the person can not come back in UAD and maybe will never even get an explanation of why that happened. So there is no way of redeeming oneself. And again, instead for actual problems, there are appeal structures that instead help the person redeem themselves and get out of the situation.
Thank you. Just regarding NSPs and this type of system, plenty of times NSPs don't know if there's any action going on or like any type of official in the safeguard team. Also, NSP can't really ask that the safeguard team is under NDA, and this is something that they can't disclose to any NSPs. So as long as NSP would know about something in per NC, that's fine, but this type of info is very much sensitive, so they can't really share it among each other. As they simply don't know if there's any action going behind somebody after some event. Thank you.
Yeah, I recently thought about this topic and I recently made a suggestion to the safeguard team, and I think it's obviously good if I bring it up to you too. Because I was thinking if NSPs, like if ESPs report more frequently to NSPs, then NSPs start reporting to the IRCT for every single thing that happens in the network. And if there's a person that has multiple reports in multiple NCs, the IRCT can open up a case that goes like a way bigger round, right? And if you have like 10 complaints from 10 different NCs, then the fact that you're gonna be like blacklisted by the IRCT might be a lot bigger. So I really encourage all of you guys to, get better ESPs that actually report things, get NSPs that report things, and start cooperating with each other on a international basis, because I really think the NSPs could change a lot with communicating to the IRCT, which would then change a lot in the complaints and mechanism system in general. Yeah.
Thank you, we also this makes the very happy. Okay. Sorry with the UK, we don't have time. We will be going back to European Finland for a response. Can someone pass the microphone? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your points. Yeah, I think again about like NSPs. Yeah, just making sure I think lines of communication are open, creating that culture of communication more, just like standards that maybe aren't like written down, but like a more cultural standard across the OIP. Yeah, and then again the preventing vibes-based blacklisting, I guess that is called, like definitely getting like both victims and perpetrators explanation about what is happening about their situation. So
Thank you. Moving on, this is not over. We received a little formal request by Italy to have an informal vote. So get your lead and green placards ready. Essentially, your people, no country. We don't care who you are. We just want to know what you think. So if you can have a moment of silence, we're gonna read out the question. I can do that, Margaret, that's fine. Yeah, you phrase it very well. Does your NC possess a physical, there's no silence, by the way, thank you. Does your NC possess a physical, digital, or in any way written down, regardless of whether it is a statutory requirement or voluntary developed system? Blacklist, that's a long sentence, as opposed to word of mouth knowledge. If you do, raise your green placard. If you don't, raise your red placard. Okay. Thanks for counting.
So it's slightly less than half.
Yeah.
Of passport.
Okay.
And it surprised me, most of you know that you're okay.
Surprise. Okay, thank you so much. Thanks to Kenya for bringing forward this really important and relevant topic. We will now be moving on to agenda item 27. Roman rules. Before that,
So sorry about the.
maybe, do you wanna know the seating arrangement for yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, someone correctly guessed, I think it was Monroe. It was unemployment rate. Yeah, we were also very surprised, we thought usually was the. Fair enough. And also yesterday, Sophia guessed the outfit thing, which was Berlin Friday. Yes, thank you. We will open a thread later for today's seating arrangements, but for now, let's go back to business. We will, as mentioned, the European Youth Parliament, a discussion on Charter 34 by ESB Finland, Switzerland, Austria, Ukraine, and Monroe, you can go ahead with the presentation. Do you think you can keep this in 4 minutes? Amazing.
Current eligibility requirements of NCs and autonomous committees are tied to Council of Europe membership recognition, which is meant to be a definition of Europe and is imperfect. And we should discuss the background of this requirement and think beyond its current phrasing and potentially its current borders. So, in 2006, the initial charter of the European Youth Parliament already defined the eligibility of NCs through the Council of Europe and already had an exception for Belarus. And then we extended this exception. I think that I must have done a typo because it was 2301, where we added Russia to this exception. And then last BNC, we discussed that explicitly naming these countries is a little weird. And also, if we move on to the next, I have the moment. Next one. Thank you. We still don't include technically all of the geographically located countries in our charter based on exceptions. To do so, we would have to also add Kazakhstan as an exception. I circled it over there. This is based on Wikipedia, what Europe is geographically, which is separated to the south by the mountains and to the north by the river. Or I guess overall to these, but yeah. And I'm very happy that all of the countries that currently have NCs or have autonomous communities have ACs. I want this network to be inclusive of all of these countries. And that includes potentially Kazakhstan, right? Okay, can I go back?
Where?
I would have put them in order, but yes. So we define this based on Council of Europe, and that's not perfect. We should stick to an external definition. That's kind of the first part of this discussion. And in the same breath, the thought is, rather than search for a definition that actually suits who we think should be a part of this network, we could just have it open. Because we don't need to go out and so we don't need to say, okay, we want the whole world to have the European Youth Parliament. But recently, one of our members moved to Slovakia. I had to tell her that there was no NC yet in Slovakia. But had she moved to another country that was not in Europe, I would have had to tell her, not only can you not start, is there no NC, you also can't start an NC. You cannot continue this practice. And I think our values could be useful elsewhere. Yeah. Then the third the third debate topic would be, is there room for internal expansion? Is there room for other NCs or other ACs to exist, collective committees, etc.? Because there are people who do not associate with the country that their NC is. That's it. Thanks.
Amazing. Wow. Thank you very much. Interesting debate. We will open now for a statement. We have some by agenda setting. One was in Romania. Portugal, no? You put it in the agenda setting poll. But so did the UK. But if you change your mind, that's fine. Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
Okay, it's fine. That's enough, that's good enough for us, so we're gonna recognize the statement from Romania, followed by the UK. Ivo.
Oh, yes.
Okay, hi. I think I'm gonna sit down because if I stand and I also have my laptop, I look like I'm in GA. Okay, while we do recognize the importance of putting this in, I don't know what to look at, but while we recognize the importance of putting this into question, especially in the current climate. And while I don't want to make some hot takes in here, that's not my purpose. I was trying to choose my words very carefully. We overall as UAP Romania don't necessarily agree with the part of this the statement of expanding it and not have it being completely open to anybody. And what I mean by that is we like to say that UAP is special. We like to differentiate ourselves from any other debate platform like anyone that is everywhere and anyone is the only one I know, so I'll stick with that. And while we do debate, UAP at its core is much more than that. And besides the people and things that can be actually translated to other organizations and such, it's genuinely the EU/European values that we work with. And this does not mean that we only work within countries that are part of the EU, but we work within countries where EU values /problems /topics are relevant and are also relevant for them and for us to interact and so on and so forth. It's not about wanting to exclude other states, but it's more so about the relevance of us being there, and then I'm worried that it would lead us trying to push, in a sense, our agenda to countries that have, in a sense, nothing to do with, I guess, the core of our organization in itself. While yes, the definition is not perfect as it is, and I agree we should work or like debate or think of another way to put this. Yes. We overall think that it shouldn't just generally be open to anybody, because then we lose the main thing that UAP has different from any other debate competition.
You can go ahead. Thank you. I will try and be brief. I have a couple of points on this because UAP Scotland is named in the proposal. And also because I think it's a really important thing to be discussing. So thank you, UAP Switzerland. I think the first thing I want to raise is the risk of internal division. And I mean this both on on both a network wide and an internal MC level, if this makes sense. So I mean, firstly, that if you open the floor for, hey, you can propose an EYP that exists within a country, like let's say EYP the Vatican or whatever, and then EYP the Vatican has all the EYP issues members, and then they decide to set up that MC. You have the risk of very well-established entities that have been going for a very long time, suddenly being sort of internally collapsed on the basis of we identify more with this specific region and this specific regionality. Just from a UK context, this is maybe just me, but I think it maybe requires a little bit further consideration on when we say, yes, this is completely fine, all about everybody recognizing themselves as they wish. Also network-wide speaking, having mutual events in UAP Turkey, once or twice, I think it's worth noting that we also already internally struggle to get people to further EYP further, I quote, so further from Central Europe destinations as we speak as it is. So I question somewhat how much we could have an EYP event where you have international volunteers, you have international representation in, let's say, EYP Quebec, for example, that is also raised in the proposal. So I just kind of want to raise a couple of questions about the practicality of this. And also especially when we talk about the fact that it's the European Youth Parliament and we operate on the structure of producing EU-style resolutions, which already in the UK as a non-EU country is pretty difficult to explain to the students, let alone expanding that to territories, let alone expanding that to Canada, and thank you, BNC, board, I've done that. Thank you very much. You were too late, sorry. So I don't know who from the proposing entities wants to reflect, so you go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you both for your statements. I definitely see the point in all of this. UIP Scotland would destroy UK potentially, and expanding Europe globally might not be, or expanding the European Youth Parliament globally might not be topical. But I also a little bit want to disagree with that part because Europe does have global effects, you know, the European Union has the European Neighborhood agreement with like further corners surrounding Europe. And though, you know, I think topics can be arranged in a way that our practice is differentiated from technically being the European Union. Switzerland isn't in the European Union. We struggle with that too. EYPK also struggles with that, you know, and I think our practice and our values can be applied to a further international level. So just yes, but I totally see the point though.
Thank you very much. We, Albania, you are at the very end. Thank you. We can move on to the round of debate, which of this specific division, as you can see. Before that, I want to preface that this is a quite culturally charged topic, let's say. So be mindful of each other's differences and strengths and all of that, and be respectful. I know it goes without saying, but it's always better to remind. So we'll go to Italy and Latvia first. They can speak. Nice.
Thanks a lot. I just want to provide some food for thought for the definition of Europe, because defining Europe as any European state is something that already happened, and the EU, and I'm quoting Article 49 of the EU, says that any European state with respect to values, blah, blah, blah, may apply. And this becomes extremely relevant if you talk about Quebec, because there's been lots of talk about, oh, can Canada join the EU? Well, not really, because it is the EU. But, you know, it's a definition that allows for the conversation to happen, and conversation is kind of the key here. Because when the UK says, yes, we identify more with XYZ and you don't, that's kind of the point. And the charter says that any expansion of the EYP has to be voted upon by the BNC as well. So there will be a debate in any case. So whatever definition we use and we adopt, however stringent or broad we want, it will always be us who decide, oh, we think that this country fits in EYP or not. And it is a privileged position because we are EYP, and that's how it should stay. I feel like the broader the definition, as long as it's relevant to our scope, then the better it allows us to expand within the scope of educational purposes. Because yes, we are based on the EU and EU-based structures, but that's just a skeleton of what we do. We do not produce resolutions, we educate people and we promote values, which can take the shape of a resolution or can take the shape of whatever you feel like, a shopping list. But that's not the point. So I would kind of say, keep in mind that European state is broad for a reason, and it can be debated about.
Thank you. Looking forward to the EYP shopping list. Last one.
Okay, I would say that I personally think that the question of European inclusivity and the EYP as it stands right now is largely trivial. The Council of Europe as it stands is probably the best definition that exists, and the two aggressor states are currently not included in it for a good reason. They were expelled in 2022. And if, let's say, we go back to your mention of Kazakhstan, it technically still is defined as a Central Asian country. It falls within the Ural mountain range, but it is the western border of the Urals that is used as a definition of Europe historically. And the same thing about like EU membership and whatnot can also be said about Morocco. Like it successfully started an application and whatnot, and in the end it was rejected because it's not in Europe. Sure, it's 30 kilometers away, blah, blah, blah. It is what it is. Greenland also used to be in the EU. Took itself out. It's too far. So I think the question of having European values and whatnot, sure, it's important globally as well, but there are certain things that are much more relevant in a sense to the local population that can be discussed locally and then taken to a global standpoint from a different perspective organization or whatever you want to call it, be it MUN even. I don't know.
Oh, the M word. Okay, let's move to Serbia and Slovenia after that, and then we'll go back to the proposing entity.
Okay, so I would say what my problem would be with this proposal, and especially with defining Europe. We can define Europe geographically, we can define it by values. The problems occur in both of those stages. Geographically speaking, any definition of Europe that we would like to pick right now, either the current one or any definition, it leads us to a case where we have full European countries that do not have UAP present in their countries, or do not have enough interest to be present there. I think that should be our focus as a whole network. And then maybe later, in 10, 20 years, we can talk about expansion globally, sure. But currently, I think it is something that we should all think about, especially if you have a country like that with a neighborhood. GPAs are a thing too. We also do NC development. Help us. Also, we have Council of Europe countries that are not Council of Europe members. They're here. We have Kosovo here. There is a system that works. I don't think again that this is really that big of a deal and that it should be changed. And if we define it by values, and I'm saying this with whole respect, European values are European and they will not work in other places, and that is the beauty of the world. And the question is, how willing are we to bend our values so we can apply our work in other countries that do not fit the definition of Europe culturally? Thank you.
I already had recognized you with this webinar, so no direct responses, sorry. But luck. So one continent to another, as Asia, let me tell you what well, jokes aside, I think EYP Slovenia does strongly support the Council of Europe definition of what the EYP specifically should be considering as European. And obviously, I think the part of the European values as well is this ability to have an open dialogue. So we can use that as a baseline and address certain issues that come up when they come up. And also, just side note, I think it's really important to remember that just having a more, let's say, narrow definition of what Europe is does not stop participants from outside of Europe to actually join. As in, like, you don't have to be from a specific country to be able to join an NC. And in that sense, we're still making sure that the education that we provide is open and accessible to all. And I feel like if we want to do outreach to participants, that's one thing, but setting up whole other NCs and changing the definition of Europe also to echo EYP Serbia should probably not be our main concern. Thank you. Can you pass the mic on to the GP in front of you for 20 seconds? For fun count.
From Asia to Europe. Yes, two fun facts for you. Last year, some young people from Kazakhstan emailed us and we had to tell them, yeah, well, we cannot really extend for our internal rules, thank you for your interest stuff. And the second fun fact is as to different nationalities, we have many Americans in UAP and not just Americans, Canadians, etc. You know? And that's always fine. And also for instance, development, we get these contexts and we say your nationality is not an issue insofar, you know, you are here and can take part in events. That's it. Bye-bye.
Perfectly fine. Who from the presenting people? Okay, yes, go ahead and respond to these many points.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much for making so many constructive points and first of all addressing what Italy said. We agree with them that it is weird that even if EU allowed for European countries to apply for its membership, it's weird that just European Youth Fund remains this Council of Europe plus 2 countries. And concerning Kosovo, it excludes it, although other part in the charter includes it to become a national committee, but still, it's also a bit concerning. Also regarding boundaries of Europe, also answering to Italia, it's maybe also raised the question regarding how to deal with diaspora in non-European countries if they want to have EYPs, which may be negotiable, but still, maybe just a question for discussion. About the point which was raised by Latvia, and we agree with that because regarding Kazakhstan, they are mainly economically, politically, in overall operating in the C5, this Central Asia region, and there is a less reason for them to be included in this way.
Also regarding Morocco, a very valid point because approximately the same happened to Algeria in I don't remember in 2000. They were negotiating EU accession, but also they decided to go to the Union for the Mediterranean, and the EU just didn't accept them. There is a special story, and we want to also explicitly mention that the EYP is unique and doesn't exist as e.g. in Africa or North America in the same way. In Europe, it's one way. In other continents, is another way. It's very valid. Also, regarding survey, your point makes large sense, and we also believe that the festival need to concentrate on development in European countries, and after that, there may be some possibility to expand in non-European countries, and just to indicate from this object. And how to apply these countries which don't apply to Europe culturally? It is a question which, for example, I don't have an answer yet, but are there any such countries in Europe which don't consider them European culturally? I don't think it. And regarding the point raised by Slovenia, we also appreciate the open dialogue and address these issues as we are now discussing in this round of debate. And we agree that it makes less sense to having a more narrow definition in which countries NC can become the member of UIP, because we want to make it more accessible to more European students use as around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to the second round of debate, which is titled Expanding Our Horizons and Internal Flexibility. So I'm asking about inclusivity. Okay. We haven't heard from Lithuania and Spain yet this morning, so you will be recognized. And will be followed by Azerbaijan.
I just want to make a big point that I feel like we should use our strength as a non-governmental organization not to institutionalize our practices too much. Our organization is about values and education and not about defining a strong continent. We don't need to have borders for European Youth Parliament to not let other people in who want to, if not celebrate European values, at least learn about them. And regarding issues, but cases such as, for example, with Morocco, if you look at the Council of Europe, they have established a concept that is called Partners for Local Democracy. So we see that expansion, not necessarily regarding this clear institutional definition, but at least regarding the values that are being talked about, it definitely exists. Therefore, to reiterate, I feel like we should definitely enhance our flexibility regarding acceptance of people who want to at least understand European values.
Okay, thank you. First of all, we've got to say that we were a bit surprised with the wording in the proposal, like it's really targeting Spain's definition and so, but whatever. Regarding the internal flexibility, we really think that's not the BNC thing to be discussing. Internal political context in certain countries such as Spain, we have Catalonia, the Basque Country, Galicia. That's a very sensitive topic within Spanish people and within our members. So that's really not something that we are in the position to really define. Establishing, for example, EWP Catalonia separately to EWP Spain, it would make no sense. First of all, legally, then to function or whatever, and also in between our members, it would make no sense at all. So I think that's something up to each NC to discuss how to handle it internally. I don't know, regional committees, a more regionalized structure, I don't know. And yeah, and the last thing to say regarding how to expand our horizons, I would like to point out what was done during Malaga IS. We had some delegates from Afghanistan, Morocco, North of Africa. They were not coming from an NC, but as a result of a collaboration with UNHR. So that's perhaps how we can expand our educational purpose without establishing a new legal entity in Kazakhstan, for example. And that's all.
Thank you. We are very sorry with you, Serbia, but we are running late. But you can talk to each other sitting very close. Will you be promised with Azerbaijan, right? Yes, go ahead. With the microphone, maybe from the DB. Thank you. I just also wanted to speak from the internal side because it's not just an issue that we don't have NCs in some countries, which is of course again an issue. But it's also the fact that even especially like in the South offices, in our case as well, like we rarely get international applicants, either delegations or officials, because people already find it too far to travel to, too much of a hassle to apply for a visa, too expensive to travel to. There are just so many things in place, and I know you're not exactly saying let's start the YP process from tomorrow. But if that were the case, then I really doubt it would have worked, and I think we should, like the YP survey said earlier, just focus internally before reaching for the horizons. Thank you very much. We will be going back to the proposing entity is. Yes, and then we'll move on to a very quick general. You're holding the mics, nice, okay.
Okay, thanks everyone. For this constructive round of debate, thanks especially Lithuania, that mentioning that flexibility, really could be provided. And I totally hear you, Spain, on, you know, having each NC, decide what to do with their own regions. This proposal also is a little bit with the thought of representation at the BNC, in that sense, but I totally understand. I won't push it further. And yes, with international applicants and the feasibility of expanding internationally makes sense. This is really just about being potentially inclusive, being able to do this, so we don't have to shut down youth initiatives. If we have, like in Malaga, if we have delegates from these places, why shouldn't they be able to go back home and start an NC? Why shouldn't they be able to further that initiative there? Yes, thanks.
We will move on to the third and last round of open debate. We'll take only like 3 points from people we haven't heard from yet, which means France, Bulgaria, and Armenia, and that is it. So the rest can go in records because they will not be recognized.
Sure. Yes.
Let's get a microphones. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I know it's a debate we have very often in EYP France, when we think about European Youth Parliament. Youth, we do it very properly, Parliament, very good too. And sometimes we ask ourselves what happened to Europe in our activities, because the more it goes, the less we talk about Europe and what we belong to and what's the place of Europe in the world, etc. So I think that's a very important point to us to remember that, of course, we don't have to exclude extra European people to our activities, and that's very good what we did in Malaga. And I think that's something we should continue to develop. Then I will also follow Spain's point on inclusivity inside of our NCs. As you know, we still have heritage from our history in EYP France. So we have isles in Caribbean, in Pacific Oceans that now do EYP, actually. They do sessions and they have a very different approach to Europe than we do. But so, yeah, at the end, my question is that the point is very interesting, but can we also have think about the brand European in European Union, in European Youth Parliament, not to go too far from it? Because I know nowadays, the more it goes, the more it's about popular educations and stuff, but it's also part of our own DNA. And to me, it's very important because it was a very important piece of why I'm engaged here. And I think it's a common point with other people here. So maybe it's interesting to reflect on that too. And furthermore, on the definition of what we call Europe and stuff that are very political considerations, of course. Who's next?
Okay. Yeah, I didn't want to the inclusivity point. I just wanted to reiterate a point that was also made by UAP Slovenia about how we are not stopping anyone from participating, even if they're outside of the boundaries of Europe, even if they're like, I don't know. As we said, we have people from all over the world. So it doesn't matter. We are very inclusive. We're not stopping any country from actually, or like anyone from actually participating. When it comes to setting up a legal entity, yes, that is a different story. But
I think as a network, we still have a lot of work within the boundaries of the current, like, of Europe. And there's a lot, like, I think the GBAs in the room can tell you that there's a lot of work when it comes to setting up a legal entity on an NC in a different country. As EYP Serbia already stated, there are some places even within Europe that are not like that interested in actually creating something. So we can maybe first try to improve, expand within Europe, and then think about something else. Thank you. Thank you. We said Armenia, so we'll go to Armenia.
So as a true European country, and I think that we need to understand how we can make sure that a great initiative like Understanding Europe is also integrated in EYP, because as EYP fans mentioned, that they want to make sure that the Europe side is also present. The crash courses delivered by Understanding Europe is great, and I think we can use it in the integration process of Understanding Europe and EYP if we aim for that. And the points that were mentioned, that we want to make sure that we reach countries in Europe and make sure that there's a representation there, I totally agree. And if the NC specifically have certain demographics that they want to reach, I think that's very good and they still can do it. But as a network overall, we have to have one direction. And I think the direction of expanding in Europe and then expanding our borders to make sure that we're aligned. And also to not have Eurovision like Australia and EYP. So yeah, that's a good direction to take as well.
Thank you very much. Yeah, should we have like participation in Eurovision to be the official? No. Okay, sorry, I didn't want to raise this commotion. I'm sorry, it's a little very late. Proposing entity, who is gonna respond to this round? Monroe, yeah.
Yes, okay. So yeah, the French point, I think, is one of the points that drew me to this the most, because the fact that we do have activities outside of Europe, but only if you're a former colony, is a little strange. It is part of France. It is part of France. No, but other places in your other European countries also have territories outside of objectively the European continent. And their neighboring states are not allowed to have UIP. I don't want, okay. And can the brand be applied? That is a great question. Part of also my consideration is that an EYP could be started, for example, in Morocco, and this could then be the first NC in a North African youth parliament. Like, part of what we have is a practice that we can pass on to other places, regardless of what it ends up being. So we can pass this on and it can become its own thing. So that's the inclusivity. And I think that's everything kind of that I want to mention. So I do have some votes for vibe check.
Yes, we do have some words for vibe check. Thank you for the spoiler. But we have a formal request by EYP Switzerland propose an informal vote as to four statements, let's say. Prepare your green and red placard as for before you don't need your NC. So let's go through each of them and vote and move on with our day. So would you support a change to the Charter of EYP which adopts a definition of Europe with no exceptions? Of course, green for yes, red for no. Come on. All of you, or also, yeah, white if you don't wanna, if you don't know, if you're conflicted. That is valid. I mean, no, can we have a little quick count? Quick. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it is mostly red. With a fair amount of abstentions also.
Moving to the second one, would you support a change to the definition of Europe in the charter to geographic and or Council of Europe membership? So countries would have to be at least one. Yes, green for yes, red for no. People are thinking about it. Think fast, please. I'm seeing from decision here. This is very nuanced, I would say. This has more abstentions than before, but it's a little bit on the greener side, but again, I would say that there's an equal amount of green and white. So it will have to be discussed. And third, I would support the charter to not have a definition of Europe. Clearly, primarily red. Yeah. Very against, it seems. And lastly, I would support further inclusion of autonomous committees from non-countries. Yeah, we really don't have to speak to raise a placard, definitely. Point of privilege, sorry. Okay, Mauro, do you wanna explain this last one so it's a bit more?
I mean, we generally heard overall that this was a non-starter. This would be like, for example, UIP Scotland, or for example, you know, or whether we would want it to be possible for two countries to have an NC together, like UIP Switzerland and Liechtenstein.
Okay. Historically, so what do we think about this? Quite red. Yeah, people are pretty much against it. Okay, is the vibe check satisfactory? Amazing. Before moving on to the next agenda items, we have to first of all do the roll call again. But also before that, is maybe because a lot of, yes, proxies, some. No, we can do it after the break. Let's do it like that. But in any case, if many people maybe will now go and switch and have a break. If you smoke, don't litter. We will now protect max our values. Let's also protect max the environment and also Andalus sanity. Okay. Yes, it really doesn't take a lot. There's a lot of bins around. It's just being lazy.
Pick them up from last night.
Yes, pick them up from last night as well. Yes?
I have a question, just procedurally, we were talking about this yesterday, this is not super related, but could EYP Lithuania hypothetically propose an amendment or no?
I just, no, I didn't press send, but since amendments are assimilated to proposals by working procedure, I'm afraid no. But anyone can take Lithuania's amendment and like co-propose with Lithuania if you can accept. Yeah, if it's at least one of the two, or one of the proposing entities is a fully recognized NC, we're fine.
Has been done plenty of times before.
Yeah.
I think it was Romania, no. No.
We're waiting.
Okay.
Possible maybe.
It's fine, we don't need to figure it out right now. But let's move on to the next agenda items, which is an amendment to the Protect Maxing charter change. The amendment is by Monroe. So this is a very Swiss morning. Can you present your amendment in like a minute and a half? Perfect.
Yes, so we liked the general proposal that was given, and we thought that the first option, so option A, was interesting because it gives us no room for further progress, but it also stops us from potentially being pushed into fascism, to be frank, right? So it's based on the thoughts that our current values are good and reversing these values would be bad. And but that it is possible that we would need to we would need to add something to be more clear. To choose a different definition based on an evaluation of language. Maybe it becomes democracy maxing instead of democracy, you know, in the future. So that type of reformulation would still be possible. And that was the thought.
Amazing. This is you have it, yes, the proposed change. Are we voting straight away for doesn't?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, so since this is an amendment to a policy proposal about the charter, it has to have the same voting rule as charter amendment, which is 2/3 majority. Pretty high threshold. So we can proceed with the vote. Of course, this is not to pass the Protect Maxing charter change. This is to approve or not the amendment to the proposal.
Doesn't the working the procedure state that there's a debate even for amendments?
Give us a second.
There can be.
We are incredibly late, that's why, but. Yeah, if they,
Given the context,
yeah, I
it
think,
would warrant.
yeah, they are debate, they don't have.
Yeah. Let's take 2 points. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense. Point from the governing body, and then we'll see. Yes, point from the governing body.
Oh, yes, right, where's the mic? I didn't realize I was right. Thank you. So one thing to note is that this amends one of the variants presented. So you have different options in the next proposal. And this is regarding option A, and this is what the Swiss amendments to it does, if you adopt it. And if you don't just adopt this amendment, but then later on choose to have that option as the charter thing, please note, because the governing body did not pre-approve this, it would come back to us. And it will then be different for other variants because we have already pre-approved this. So it's just a procedural note. We're not passing any judgment on this. We're very open-minded as to what you think and feel.
You, and then we will take 1 point from Cyprus. Thank you very much.
Okay, first of all, shouldn't this be discussed after the product waxing?
Because it was sent before
Yeah.
the meeting. So by procedure, this is how it works.
Also, sure, it's a good idea theoretically to be able to maybe change a few things in the aims and values and mission of EYP, but what happens in 10 years after we change a bit by bit and by bit? We might end up with a mission and values that we don't recognize, that we wouldn't recognize, and we are the ones passing this now. We don't know what the next people are gonna do. Let's say EYP Cyprus comes next BNC and changes something, then it's not the same as the previous values, and then someone else can change it again and again and again. We're gonna end up with an EYP that we do not recognize. So, yeah, I would urge to vote against it.
There was with Portugal before, so we'll take them, and that's it. Do you have any mic close by?
I think the idea of this amendment is that we don't change. So that it stays the same, even if the people change, the values that are portraying are staying the same, even though we can move around like 10 years or 20 years. So we don't need to send it to as an example.
Thank you very much. Oh my God. That's a lot. I think, yeah, that's enough discussion, I would say. You will have a full debate after about the proposal itself. So I would suggest keeping in mind those points and presenting them at the next agenda items. So do you want 2 seconds to respond to any? No response. Nothing to declare. Okay. Then
Customs.
Huh?
Let's discuss.
Yes, discuss. Then since the proposing entity has no response, we can move on to the voting of the amendment. So please, okay. Anyone abstaining? Spain, Greece, and Sweden, and Kosovo, and Austria. Got it? Yes. Against? We have Armenia, Latvia, Bulgaria, Cyprus, France, Romania, Slovenia, Netherlands, Serbia, UK, and Albania. And everyone in favor? Give us a second. Since the proposal had a really high threshold, which is 2/3, meaning 21 NCs, we have not reached it, so the proposal for the amendment does not pass. And now we will move what? 17. No, it's because you, it's, 14. Let's move on.
That's in favor 14
Yeah.
against 9, and I
There.
found the extension.
Oh, that's not possible, so let's move on to the agenda item 28. Yes. So Igor, you can go ahead.
So before that, also thank you to UAP Switzerland for constructively taking part in this debate, not just via an amendment, but you also went through the document in the public consultation. So thank you for that, and for also ask these relevant questions as to who we are as UIP and so many. And you see, this is quite a relevant discussion, not just because of totalitarian systems, but also the general state of the world. And it could be very sexy if the slides could be right. Yes. Okay, so this is about ensuring some changes or not. You're also free to disagree. What I would just like to say is that the values of EYP have been substantively sort of reversed in 2015 and then in 2021/2022. To much less controversy at these two BNCMs. Fun fact, my first two BNCMs. And now this is more of a procedural question, who we are and how do we want to protect our values, also because these are things that different organizations, different countries treat differently. And if you go to the next slide, exactly, there are these differences. And it's also sort of a concession from our side to you, because we are offering you different options. So you are really going to be the final, you're going to put a seal, so a stamp on it, so to say, you will choose the final option. We're saying we're comfortable with all of these options, and we would like to really then hear from you. Of course, while we have maybe some individual preferences or whatnot, we are comfortable with all those options. And yeah, we believe that is very highly democratic, and once again, a full circle of the values, because democracy is actually one of our values, one of our 6 fundamental values. And if we go through the next thing, before we go into the substance, there's a formatting issue in the charter, and a semicolon was missing from subpoint B. I hope this is not controversial. And if we go to the next slide, then here is an elucidation of the 4 options: an eternity or an entrenched clause, a unanimity clause, a qualified supermajority clause, and of course, you always have the implicit option: do nothing. We like what is there right now. If we go to option A, this is option A.
No, this is the option A.
No, that's
Not anymore.
not anymore.
Oops.
Yeah. I prepared with the slides. So this is option A. It essentially says, we cannot change, to use a Spanish terminology, no pasarán, right? And no way to change, nothing. We are who we are right now in terms of values, missions, and that's the end of it. Option B, on the other hand, is next slide, yes, is one to say that we can change, but only all of us want to make a change. And when I say all of us, it really means all of us. It's it's High School Musical vibes. We're all in this together. Option C, on the other hand, is a bit inspired from the European Union. I've heard a lot about the European Union at this BNCM. And it's this, what I call qualified supermajority. And it says that there has to be a threshold of 80% or more of all constituent members of the governing body, which means 5-1 at least, but also to be a board of national committees. This would change it from 2/3 right now, and 2/3 for working procedure, correct me if I'm wrong, is defined as 66.66%, close to the next full number, right? So in that sense, it's a change of 4, 5, 6 NCs right now, something like that. And then, of course, option D is to do nothing. And what I mean by doing nothing is feel free to disagree with the whole proposal. Maybe you like the fact that it's only 2/3. But the logic behind why we maybe don't want it to be 2/3 is because for a number of other policies, we have the threshold of 2/3. And really, there's nothing more sacred than our mission, values, and these things that governs everything else. So network-wide policies require 2/3, for example. So there are these things to consider, of course. But we're also fine with the incumbent system, of course. It's a 2/3 majority. It's a good threshold, but maybe for these things, the threshold should be considerably higher. Is the logic of the governing body. And now, really, it all comes back to you because you will decide which of the options you like. It's like Eurovision.
So exciting, thank you.
Yeah, that's true.
Any statements that wish to be delivered? We have one from the Netherlands, one from Spain. Yeah, you're recognized.
From the presentation of this and also the short discussions on the previous amendment, I think a lot of concern with the other national committees is that there's this sense of, oh, what if future NC boards or perhaps organizations like NCs that join UIP don't hold the same values, trying to change these values. And I think that's where the sphere element comes into play. But I think for UIP Netherlands, a more real threat is that perhaps on the very long term, UIP as an organization might become a bit irrelevant if the values we hold are, for example, by like option A, the forever clause. One such value might be non-partisanship. I think we all value this thing tremendously currently, but say in 30, 40 years, you don't know what political climate the organization might be operating in. And unfortunately, I think personally, it's a very real reality that at some point we need to perhaps let go of this value. Like there's already stories within the network of NCs basically having to deal with, people who claim to be members of a political party and use that as a vessel of protection to spread extremist ideas, not just through our formal channels in like Afro congresses, but also in the huge informal sphere that exists within the UAP. So I think this proposal should only go towards option C, as unanimity or a forever clause is a very dangerous thing to decide on.
Apologies, because I'm a bit far away. No, I'm a bit curious about the phrasing in general, because this intangibility clause could always be reformed again. So although the clause says that we could not reform the values, you could reform the clause that doesn't allow you to reform, and then also reform the values. So it's just a double step forward, which, okay, let's think that in the next BNC, we want to propose a change in the values, then we propose the change in the values, and on the slide before, we propose the change on this clause. So just adding one more slide, a tiny bit more of work on our side, but then the outcome would be the same. So I don't know practically if the proposal would have an impact or not in that regard.
Thank you very much. GB, do you want to reply to the statements?
Yes, to the Dutch statement noted, and thank you for using the space to outline your views. There's no further substantive comment from our side. On the Spanish statement, well, the practical effect to do all of the changes that you are saying would be to have 4 consecutive BNCMs and 4 consecutive GB votes on all of these things, because this, whatever is agreed to, if something's agreed to, has to come to the next BNCM as well and be voted upon again, number 1. So whenever you change the values, it's 2 votes, consecutive ones, right? That's one thing. Another thing, very important thing, is if you want to change the rules on how do you change the values, you also have to vote the 2 consecutive BNCMs. But first, you would need to vote at these, vote the changes of these, of the rules on changing values, and then be able to change values. Hence why 4 BNCMs and 4 different GB votes, which means for sure that it's different board terms of, well, most NCs who have 1 year board terms, that it's different governing body terms. And hypothetically, it is possible that it's even 3 different NC board terms, 3 different governing body terms. And that's a long, long time. That's a lot of everything. So I think that kind of a procedural, and excuse my language, pain in the is probably the best kind of deterrent, because there is no weak link in that. Truth be told, it's true that 2/3 majority can change the procedural rules on how to change the values, but again, I think that this sort of literally 4-step process with the rigorous debate I've seen at this BNC, hopefully emulated further, is something that is so difficult to play on.
Thank you. Moving on to the rounds of debates, which are divided. Oh, yes, we will do it, we will enjoy, I hope. Any points? Yes, we have, yeah, let's go to order, honestly, Finland, Ireland, and UK. Mic, please. Do we need to put Adriano on mic, duty?
Better than formal request, you think.
So this is essentially a question of how then the Swiss amendment to option A would fit into the policy, which is that what voting would then be required for additional values to be added, because I think that's not clarified. Okay, never mind. Never mind that. Okay, let's start then.
Yes. Didn't do the pass again. It didn't pass, so there's no question. But it's fine, it's fine. It's good to have a reminder. European Ireland, do you have your points?
Yes, sorry, I was also looking at, thank you for your reply. So, right, regarding this, how we think is, yes, we like the values, they're good. However, you can always add things, you can change things. But like, I think it's option C, the one that's like the 4/5 majority thing. I think we've shown in this BNC that like unanimity doesn't really happen. And like, although I know it was like, oh, it's only 1 more GB member and like 5 more MCs, that's quite difficult. So do you know what? I think unanimity. So I'm a bit scared from looking at European Council votes over the last few years. So you know, quite like option C, but like I'm open to unanimity, but I'm not open to like the entrenchment clause, because what if you want to add something? Okay, that's all. Thank you.
If people really can stick to 20 seconds of a direct response, nice. Also, we won't have a direct response after that. Bear in mind. Yeah, I just wanted to quickly say about unanimity. I think when it comes to our aim, values, and mission, everyone should be on the same page. Everyone should agree, because this is what we base everything that we do on. So I personally cannot imagine being like something being changed of that, and then me having to like a whole NC having to comply with that and base its values on that if they don't agree with it. So yeah. Thank you, Bulgaria. Okay, do you have a mic or do you want it to? Okay, Tali can answer. Thank you. Okay, moving on from the discussion on the unanimity clause and the specifics of which clause we go for. I think one thing I'd like to maybe highlight or point out here is the extent to which UIP is a living organization, i.e. we are a member base. We are the member base that we will have at the time. We are the member base we will have in 4 years. We as NC, I mean, hopefully most of us will not be doing NC work then, I hope. But you know, like, I think what I'm trying to say is we should entrust like some level of trust and, you know, responsibility to future generations to reflect the political and economic climate, whatever that they're operating in, as we've seen with the Understanding Europe integration, for example. So from this perspective, I'd like to kind of refute the entrenchment clause and also express support for the supermajority, because as Tom has said, unanimity would take us 60 NCMs. That's all. Thank you. We will go to the NL and then back to the GB with no direct responses. Thank you. Yeah, adding on to the discussion on the unanimity clause. Wow, it's really, I understand where, the idea that unanimity, like, we should all agree on our values comes from. However, right now, I will tell you, if we all were to re-vote on the values we have now, I don't know that we would reach unanimity, if that makes sense. And the values exist kind of as a guiding thing, and like, even if you don't agree with them, you need to follow them. But I think it is important to note that yeah, I don't think there's such a thing as to be ever able to get unanimity on values, because we all have, I think, different and complementary visions for where the network what our role should be and where it should be going, which is enriching, but also very difficult for you.
It is back to me. Alrighty, thank you. I'll first address the. The Bulgarian and Dutch points, the logic behind these proposals is usually very simple, and you have a lot of political science, a lot of constitutional law, a lot of even corporate law behind these different majorities and ideas. I really try not to cite as much of this, but they stay okay. Piggyback to the most important and the points. So thank you also very much for an academic debate and a practical one as well. I would just like to point back to BNCM 2015-02, where these were points also raised. Should it not be everyone agreeing? Should it not be should we not legitimize the values in such a way? But then the governing body at the time was saying, well, yeah, but that's very difficult, much like a good other number of NCs. So this is definitely something, a debate that clearly we have every decade. Beyond that, as to other points, look, substantively, I don't have to answer. I mean, you're all very, you all phrased it nicely. You all said what you want. All I would like to dedicate my time to is to say amendments are further welcome, rephrasals, whatever formal requests. I would also use the opportunity to say, and you have it in the thread, we have submitted 2 formal requests on how to vote on these things, including the semicolon. Remember, there's also the semicolon part of the debate. So yeah, and I saw that the UAP Switzerland once again was inviting for amendments. So again, a shout outs to the Swiss for that kind of constructive dialogue. And yeah, and I mean, feel free to talk. I mean, I'm not here to say A is better than C. That's for you to say. Or not, of course, I'm not pushing for any options.
Thank you for your impartiality on this matter. Moving on to debate on 2. Yes, any points? We have with this here, you are recognized, and after that, it will be with Nicole. I find it really strange when UAP the Netherlands earlier said that, you know, even now we might not agree with the values that we have, which is a little bit strange because we joined this organization, we foster the values that we have, we are actively involved in building around the values that we have. And I think just saying, yeah, we just need a majority vote for changing the values of an organization that guides our work and like is the ground for everything that we do, is the ground for why we sit here today and debate about these things. It's a little strange. I understand it takes a long time to change then the actual charter and like change the values of UAP, but maybe that's for a reason. Maybe it's not something that, you know, we should be proposing then every second BNC with, maybe let's change this one, maybe let's add that one. I think it's something that really goes back to the core of what this organization is, and it shouldn't just change just because. Thank you. Yes, you know, you are recognized for the direct response. I would like to clarify that the statement is not that UIP now does not agree with the current values. However, this current BNC, we've already had a discussion from NNC, and I don't remember which of you, I'm sorry, who told us that, hey, we feel like we should take a more active role, like activistically, but that might be like going against like what the values are, if I did understand that intervention correctly. So yeah, I do reiterate that I think that some, like, of course, if we're gonna be part of the network, we need to be in agreement with the bulk of the values. However, and maybe should be in agreement with all of the values. However, I'm just saying that might not always be 100% the case. Thank you, Poland. You can. Can someone get a mic, Poland?
I can do.
Yeah, thank you. That's really nice. You can keep active. Thank you, Ivor. Thank you very much. Yeah, from my side, similar to UIP Slovenia, thank you for saying a lot of stuff already. I would just want to say that I hope that all of you have read the values of UIP. And this is something that actually created this organization. They are the base why we all have the same values. So the values, aim, and the mission of UIP should be something that all of us at all times agree on, not majority, as otherwise we wouldn't all of us be UIP, as we all fall under the same organization. Otherwise, it could be, I don't know, you can call it whatever, of Slovenia, something else of Cyprus, but instead all of us are UIP. So there is a reason why we have the same values, so we all should agree on them at all times. So I'm just not fan of the qualified supermajority clause in general. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're gonna go for the last point, take the round to Latvia, and then we're gonna go back to GB with no direct responses. And then if that's fine with the proposing entity, we propose to fill the fourth round and just have a quick third. And that's it. Amazing.
We're chilling.
I'll do it somewhat twofold. I think there was a NC that suggested that why not consider the idea of activism at some point in time, not necessarily that they currently want some sort of political activism. And I just wanted to sort of add that kind of piggybacking, I guess, what Ivo would say, off of his own point that the values that we currently operate under, it's somewhat the soul of the EYP in general, and it's the same basis upon which the European Union, for example, works as well. If you like the prospect of needing only a majority, not complete unanimity, sounds nicer because you have like the potential to explore other options or whatever. But if you're bound by unanimity, you're inherently also bound not to have as much turbulence and misunderstandings and whatever other misconceptions might come between NCs or the BNC at a time like this. So it sounds kind of intimidating to be unanimous about it, but it is something that also makes sense at the same time as we follow all of the same values always. So also what Bulgaria said, it doesn't make sense to change something because most people want it, but like it's within the organization. So why would you not? Why would you?
Yes, a very, very good points. Latvia, thank you for further elevating the substantive discussion and to the Dutch and Slovenian then points, of course, and also thank you for the clarification that you agree with the values. I also agree with the values. What I would just like to say is one thing that I have not yet heard in the debate, and for the sake of being the devil's advocate, I will say it. Unanimity clause allows even one NC to be captured in a way and to block any further progress. This is a risk you run. This is in the document as well. And of course, a very famous example in the European Union has lost an election 3 weeks ago. But obviously, keep that in mind as well. Unanimity does have all of these benefits. It does have that drawback as well. So some of you might be pointing this out in one way or another. And as to the entrenched clause, again, a big drawback for the entrenched clause is that in reality, it is something that is very rarely practiced, but it might cause even more frustration than a unanimity clause or the majority. And as for majorities and things as they are now, the big problem is exactly that kind of legitimacy. If you're saying these are the values of our organization, it is a bit iffy if not all of the entities comprising the network are saying, yeah, those are my values. That's the tricky part. And this is also what was the issue in 2015. There was no such unanimity. There were some NCs calling for unanimity and whatnot. So you always have this kind of you have historical precedents already of these discussions, as well. Very interesting, BNCM meeting minutes from a decade ago. So yeah, I just wanted to add, the drawbacks to all of the three options as well, to be a bit of a devil's advocate, and that's it. Drawback of option B, doing nothing, is that, you can literally change a number of other policies with the same majority. Which is a bit.
Okay. Last round, we'll take 2 points from Switzerland that we haven't heard in this debate yet, and Ireland. Sorry, Spain. And life. Sorry. It is what it is.
Okay, so, okay, also a little bit to play devil's advocate, we have been talking a lot about the values, and I think our values are very important, but this does also speak to our mission and aims. And for example, there's something in our aims which I agree with, but I believe could be expanded upon, and I don't know that everyone here would agree with, would want to unanimously vote on that, and that would be to raise awareness of European issues and encourage active European citizenship and to motivate students to get engaged in European politics. As a Swiss person, I mean, I don't know if Swiss politics count as European politics, but I think European politics is a specific defined thing, and we also believe that we want people to get involved in Swiss politics, local politics, and I think that everyone here also believes that. So, you know, unanimity and entrenched causes would be difficult because exactly as Ivo said, one NC could block that, not just one NC, but potentially one person, you know.
I don't know what you do, we're gonna go back to you anyway for your plans.
Hello, I'm gonna clarify something earlier. Thank you for pointing out some mistake in it. First of all, the last thing I want to say is to everyone who's been very fairly said, we don't want to change it with the qualified majority. This one is still, one option C is like considerably higher bar than the current one, as you were saying. Currently, like 2/3, so like option C increases it. In my mind, option B, unanimity over 2 GEs and 2 BNVs is effectively an entrenchment clause. Because like there will almost always be one person. And clarifying my remarks from earlier when I said hard to get unanimity, I meant if there was a controversial something. It's not like you've seen the scrutiny done over the last 2 days. I think the BNC is fairly fast to shut down things that are bad. Okay.
Hey, well, can we go to this point before we go to the vice check voting?
Yes, actually. I'm not sure whether that was a U or an I in the SIG word Ireland, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just joking. And also thank you for further academically and practically elevating the thing, because in practice and unanimity clause could quite be an entrenched clause. So the door is unlocked, but it takes a lot of muscle power to open that door. Let's put it that way. And as to the Swiss considerations, indeed. What I would also say is we can also do what we clearly love doing here, formal requests, split vote, maybe on values or missions and aims and stuff like that. You can also technically go for saying values have, I don't know, option B, and mission aims have option C. You can also do that. You can go lockbook. So as far as we're concerned, we're very flexible, and we want to have you set that standard to have all of our constituent national branches making that decision. And keep in mind, whatever you decide here goes back in October, because BNCM 26-02, if something is passed here, we'll have this. And that's it. Yeah, thank you very much for a very good debate. I quite like the rigor of the debate, like the substantive rigor. So I think that's a very nice thing, and I think other persons of political science and legal background will agree with me. It was very, very good.
Very good, but also let's move to the vibe check. So essentially, no, it's not the vibe check, but it is a formal request for split voting, which in my opinion makes a lot of sense. Splitting the semicolon voting first, and then the rest, essentially. So So we need to vote if you want to play vote,
voted the
right?
one in the next BNCM as well.
What?
Yes, it's not booked up on there.
Ah, yes.
I know. If you agree, yes.
Yes, so first we vote on if we want to split vote or not. Can we vote Lemina Vicente on this? Amazing. Okay, so then we can move on to actually vote. The. Yes, exactly. This needs a 2/3 majority, so that you are now voting for this thing. Do you want to add the semicolon to the clause? Can we vote Lemina Vicente on this? Yes. Amazing. Wonderful. I'd be like wonderful to see that we're on the same page. Unanimity is possible. So now we will move on. Okay, complicated. No, it's not complicated, but essentially what we're gonna do now is deciding through informal vote, meaning again, you don't need your NC placard. It's just a show of the colored ones. Which one we would like to vote on? So among these three, which one are we going for officially? Is this clear enough? If not, say it now.
It's in the slot now.
It's in the slot. If that was the question, or is it?
D is not an option.
Essentially, no, because D is not changing anything, so if you vote to vote for any of this, and then you, exactly, and then you vote no, then it's D, because nothing changes.
If I say a word. D is also not an option here because there might have BNCs completely opposed to any of the changes, but we also wanted to pull their opinions as to what would be the most preferred thing for them as well. Also sort of like having those who oppose be constructive as well.
Like the second rest,
Exactly.
yeah, okay. Okay, Ireland?
I just have a procedural inquiry. So are you going to accept this if there isn't like a majority for one thing? Because conceivably, like, if there wasn't a majority for either of the three options, which we're gonna run off for, because conceivably people could be like more in favor of, if they went for B, they'd be more in favor of option A, so even if option C got one vote. Like, what, like, how do you run it?
All right, we're trying to find the most popular option out of the three. And then that one is put to a vote. That one, of course, still needs to pass the necessary majority. We assume that if that one doesn't pass, the other less popular ones also wouldn't have. So we kind of save the time of voting on those.
That's
All right.
the logic.
But you can also reject the most popular option if you wish to.
Now we only have to hope that three options are not 10, 10, and 10. So if for A, please use the white placard. For B, raise red, and for C, raise green. You have this in the Slack as a screenshot. Are we raising all at the same time?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Okay, no, then white, meaning A,
French clause,
and
so
French
no
clause?
changes.
No. B meaning red, no, red meaning B. Unanimity? We have 1, 2,
Is it Latvia? Yes.
7 unanimities, and green, so C. Clearly green.
Okay.
Amazing. So we will be voting on option C, right?
Yes.
Yes.
This one. This one.
Okay, so this is a charter change, meaning we need a 2/3 majority. Okay, giving you a moment to gather your thoughts. If you have them, we can move on to the actual voting. Are we ready? Yes, let's start with abstentions. Please raise your placard for any abstention. Amazing, okay. Any against? Poland and Bulgaria. Okay, and Latvia. And Romania.
Come on, guys.
Anyone else? Keep it up, keep it up.
Keep
If
it up.
you're
Keep it
against,
up.
keep it up.
Vote now.
You have 1 second to change your mind. Okay, so this is the final. Oh my god. Lassie, can you keep it up, please? Thank you.
Is this everyone?
Okay, Poland, Italy, Latvia, Bulgaria, Germany, Romania, Slovenia, Serbia. Okay. Everyone in favor?
Oh. Would be Albania, are you also putting for also? Yes. Okay. Yes.
Amazing. So the proposal has passed by 1 vote. Oh, amazing. So.
But you like to vote every next year.
Exactly. It's not the end. So 2 things. First of all, some of you still have your key card. I know you're out there. Give it to Christina. Okay? Understood? Amazing. So now we're gonna have to, instead of going to the next agenda item, we have to take the break now because that's just, we have to, because the hostel requires that we that we do it now. Meaning we will now have a break and then
can also make this. Okay, is it like it's minor in here, like the whole time I was there, like, and it's got more. I think I'm gonna, no, I'm gonna. Here, I'll be back on the bottom. Get ready for the point. I'm going for it. Concentrate. Get in the middle.
Thank you for coming back on time, it's very appreciated. Are you ready for some dev team update?
And I bring these in case.
Okay, let me start.
And we start.
Oh no, we need to do it because you heard that. Okay, can we all settle down and welcome Nico, please?
And then when you're sitting here, if you can just like mute, undo video, or then turn it on again when we're back. And if we go to lunch, turn it off again.
Okay. So this is for
the live stream.
Okay.
This is directly live stream.
Yeah.
To here. So if you just turn off video and audio when we go to breaks.
Okay.
Other than that, it was a bit fucked up. If anything, text me if you really need a break.
Yeah. I'll be here.
Go solve.
Yeah, you guys deal with it like the worst. Hold the fort.
Guys, please. Okay, so as you can see, we are now for developers team updates with Nico, who has now joined us. Hi, Nico.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Amazing. Okay. Yeah, I guess then we just start in. Hi everybody, I hope you had a productive meeting so far. We're gonna be doing the developers team updates. I'm gonna keep them quite brief, so you have a lot of time afterwards for questions. Quickly, the team updates. So we're still a team of 7 in total. We have weekly developers meetings every Monday and have a sprint iterative work schedule. So every week we have a different work package that gets that we are going to work on. We had a physical team meeting at the I/O in Berlin in November. It was great and very productive, and have a buddy system now in place also to support less experienced members, because EYP, as you all know, is also about growing and just continuing to learn. And we want to also foster this in the developers team. And as you might have read at the BNC list, there's also the bug and feature report form that is new, that is now in place, where we already received, I think, 50 suggestions and bug reports. So that was great on the input side. Moving on to a topic that you also probably were in touch with, the database migration. This is one of the big major things that happened in Berlin at the physical meeting. as some of you might know, the members platform is hosted on Microsoft Azure. And it was using a very old database version there, which was losing support, which would have led to a very huge increase of cost and a lot of maintenance risk, which is why the decision was made to then migrate to a new database, which was completed super successfully over the course of 2 days, and all the data could be transferred. But this was the reason why there was some downtime and some bugs in November. And we tried to fix that there, and everything is seeming to work quite well. Then quickly moving on to the code changes, things that changed that you can, as of yesterday afternoon, also see on the live members platform is, for one, that the captcha got upgraded to version 3. So don't be surprised. You will not ever have to tick any trains, any bicycles ever again, hopefully. There is still a captcha in place, but it's just in the background. It analyzes mouse movement and stuff like that. It doesn't rely on you clicking images. We removed the wiki page date, as it was a static date on when it was created, and it was no longer necessary. NSPs can now evaluate ESPs. This was a change that was requested at the BNC. In general, if you look at this list, there are a lot of BNC changes that were requested 1 year ago, 1.5 years ago. We're currently at around 90% of all the BNC changes already being live on production. The rest is currently being worked on already. So soon, everything that was already voted upon at the previous BNC is going to be live as well. Additionally, as an NC, you can now add your social media via icons to your NC profile. As a user, you can add your pronouns to the profile, so it's clearer in your applications as well. The leadership evaluation period got extended as per BNC to 8 weeks. And the bug tracker link in the footer got updated as well, because that was still to the old one. So if you scroll all the way down, there's the bug tracker link as well, if you want to submit one. You might have seen the landing page layout got reworked a bit, because sometimes the navigation bar, if you were like on a big screen, just moved super slim, and it was like you were on a phone all over again. And we tried to fix that by making it wide again, and by limiting also the amount of news that is displayed, so you don't have to scroll as long down to get to the next page as you had before. And last but not least, the evaluation access, which is one of the major ones. So now when you have a selection panel, as per BNC vote as well, the selection panel will lose access after the selection has happened to everybody who is not selected, and after the session to everybody who has been selected. Exactly. So these are the major feature-wise changes. We're still working on a lot of new ones in the background. And there are a lot of features that were requested by you that we're also going to work on soon, and you're gonna get updates on that. Then to quality assurance. Again, so everything currently gets tested by the developer who works on it and me before it is ever pushed to the staging platform. But because obviously we are biased, because we're working on these features all the time, it is very important to also have like a very diverse group of testers. This is why the working group for testers was launched this month. And the call is now already closed with a lot of great applications. And the selection already has happened. And after this BNC meeting, the results will get sent out. So this group will then work on basically beta testing all the features and giving us initial feedback before anything ever goes to production. And we just hope to have a better quality assurance through that. Exactly. So that's it from my side. I want to give you as much space now for questions as possible. So feel free to ask whatever you want.
Nice to see.
No.
I'm not sure if I should be hearing a question. You're muted.
Sorry, no, can you unmute that? Mute that?
Mute?
Mute.
Mute.
Okay, sorry. Basically, EYP the Netherlands said that the platform is a bit on the slower side since yesterday or last couple of days, and if it's something that is expected or that you are currently working on.
So it is expected after every release that the platform will be a bit slower at the beginning. This is mainly because of caching issues. So we're running a caching server at the background that is caching every action that is being done. So the first times that an action is being performed, it is therefore a lot slower again, and then it will catch up in speed afterwards. In general, when it comes to the speed of the platform, it is to some extent limited by the resources available, because running the members platform actually resource-wise is quite expensive. For the international office and for the budget. Therefore, we're trying our best to optimize this via code performance. It is a topic that we're currently working on, because in general, also not just the past days, we felt like it was a bit slow, and that it wasn't after the database migration, or at least not that much. And so we're looking into that, but after a release, that there's some slowness is expected.
Thank you, Nico. I think that even the slow members platform now is still faster than what we had before. So keep up your good work and thank you for explanation. Any other questions? EYP Norway. I'm gonna invite.
We have noticed that a lot of links have not been working on the members platform, and I know it was at Stefan mentioned it yesterday that they have started working a bit more again, but is there any update on that? Like, if all links are working again, like, what's the situation?
We got a direct response from the governing body. I think we can hear directly from them, and then in case Nico, you can add up on that.
Yeah, that is expected. That's not on member on developers team actually. That's work that has been done in the background for quite some time from the IO, but it's like on demand basis because it's a very complicated work and lots of links to go through. What I did say in my update though is that I cannot promise that it will be solved by the end of the year, but now I have a GBA that will work on those resources, at least for capacity building, and then we're gonna look for everything else. So like then we have some working force on the IO side, some working force on the PD side. And again, as we see and as we go, we will try to fix those. But also if you can flag any of those, or even, again, this is shameless promotion time now, but if you find any resources there that you find are not relevant anymore, or if you have your own NC resource, which will be in your opinion better than what we have at the moment, feel free to email the IO or the GB. The information will get to us and we'll make sure that we can publish it if we find it relevant.
Thank you. Nico, would you like to say anything else on this?
Yeah, maybe just some technical perspective here. So the links are all like directly pointing to a file. So if you ever change a file, the link won't work afterwards. So that's how it currently works. We're trying to change this. So every file that is getting changed often, like policies, etc., will have a static link that can then always be used. And so hopefully in the future, links never break. This is a feature that we're currently working on. So you can expect to see something there in the upcoming months of hopefully links never breaking ever again.
Thank you. Let's protect max our links. EYP Germany.
Thank you. We would like to know, given that there was a bit of confusion in the beginning of the existence of the development team, is there like a procedure in place? Do the term limits? How is the internal structure? Are you still working on this? Are you still in the process of establishing this, or have you wrapped up the process?
Nico, before you say anything, we have another direct response by the GB, and again, as before, you can then build upon that if you wish.
Yeah, sorry, Nico, for jumping in. It's just more of a governance stuff. Yes, there is a policy adopted as for now for a year. So like there is a member platform you can read it all about, and feel free if you think it's not enough or it can be improved to suggest anything for online votes for next year's meeting. But yes, there is now a standard procedure. We have a policy regarding their work, their term limits, everything is codified there. So like it's very transparent and democratic in that sense.
Nico?
Nothing to add.
Okay. Any other NC for one last point, I must say? No? Okay. Any final remarks?
No.
Okay, I thank you. I would urge all of you to get in touch with the developers team if you feel the need to. I also see a tapping. Maybe the GB would like some final remarks.
Just wanted to say on behalf of the entire GP, just thank you for the work of the developers team. It's very nice to see those features implemented and to see your hard work now live for everyone and to see your work now making an impact for all of us in the network. So thank you very much.
I say we can all second that and see the BNC is getting its decisions finally implemented. Big thank you on that.
All right. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. Okay. Now, we can unmute again there. Okie dokie. So now, as promised, who's carrying this one? Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right. So we now have a somewhat unusual topic in governance, but it'll be fun nonetheless. And this is a topic of debate from the governing body on energy drinks and caffeine high drinks for under 18-year-olds and the use of alkyl nitrites in usually also known as, thank you gave it away, poppers. So governing body, let's hear about it.
Alright, so first of all, if you can introduce your slides. Couple of things here. I want just to thank also Ali for working on this. Even if she's not present, she did a lot of work on this with me. And she's very passionate about bringing out this discussion. Yeah, TLDR, the governing body did not make any discussions nor decisions if we want to regulate any of this or if we want to codify any of this. We just saw, and I will explain how we come to this conclusion because it's a burning question for lots of people. We just saw that some of these things, especially the poppers, are in a gray zone, and we wanted to see what's the BNC check on this and wanted to see if you have any practice when it comes to energy drinks with caffeine, high caffeine drinks under 18 years old. So like, we don't think we're gonna regulate this, or this is not you to expect this. It's more of like we want to see what you think based on it, if we can move on. So history of proposal, I mean, we did have lots of changes to the what's now the safety and welfare policy in UIP. Of course, we introduced, very importantly, into the 15% rule to be there, and then we had the clarification about hero villages and the ingredients. But there's everything that is in the proposal, so I'm not gonna bore you with history. Now, rationale. How we got to this how we got to this discussion, especially on the poppers, because everyone was asking me during the break. So we were having an informal discussion as the GP about something that happens, I think, in Croatia, and it's those, apparently there's a powder, which is an energy powder, which is very widely used in UIP, not in UIP, in Croatia as a country. And then out of a sudden we realized, what about this and that? And we was just a sort of like start of thoughts that, you know, poppers are sold pretty much in this gray zone as room odorizers. They're more popular in some countries than others, of course, but they're still used as a drug, so they're pretty much there, widely spread, but people can use them in other ways. So that's the poppers and how we got into it. And then for the energy and highly caffeinated drinks, I mean, we know in some countries they're banned, in some countries they're not banned. There is a different use here. There is different like opinions, which is fine. We're open to any opinions and discussions. Again, we're not pro or contra regulating this as of now. But we just wanted to see essentially what is your thoughts on this and how you handle this stuff, if you handle them at all, especially for minors, because yeah, they can be nasty for minors in some ways or another. If we move to the next one. Possible action plan, do nothing. We can also do nothing. We're happy to like just continue as it is. Let the pre-NCs or ACs decide, or also NCs and ACs. You can also self-regulate all of these through code of conduct and national law, internal policy. I mean, it's a national law, you have to anyway follow it. And then we can also codify it if you want through the policy. However, drugs is already regulated by policies and by code of ethics, and we know that technically co-operators are in the gray zone, but they still use as a drug. So like, it's still preaching our policy, but maybe we want to make it even more explicit if we find that it's an issue, or if we want to introduce anything about energy drinks or caffeine. Again, we're not in favor, we're not supporting any of these three more or less. We just want to see what you hear, what you think, what you are doing, what your opinions on this. If we can move to the last, very important, because these kind of discussions can lead to some like sharing personal experience sort of stuff. I was at the session, I've seen X and Y. Fair, but keep in mind, this is a sensitive topic and we try to keep it constructive in a way we want to focus on good practices and what we're doing and what we should do rather than, sharing our drama stories from event X. And I think that's it.
All right, thank you, governing body. If someone had told me a year ago I would hear Stefan talking about poppers at the BNC, I would have laughed at that. Okay, anyway, yeah, we also received a lot of already announcements for statements in the agenda setting poll, so we will be prioritizing those who have announced it there. That is for us, Czech Republic, the Netherlands, Romania, and Switzerland. Sorry to the rest, but we will have rounds of open debate as well. All right, so yeah, let's go Czech Republic, Switzerland, Romania, Netherlands. Mike's on the move.
Okay, Mike.
Okay, maybe this one can already be given to Switzerland, so they're ready. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, let's get the poppers out of the way first. Probably I feel like it was said that if we're banning recreational drugs, I feel like that would at least in spirit fall into that, but having an explicit mention, at least in this bill, because it's not formally recreational drug would be nice. And now to the more fun part, the caffeine. I feel like if there is going to be some sort of consensus, either on a local level or network-wide about regulation, and I feel like the discussion should happen because we have all either seen or been the person who has had 7 Red Bulls, no sleep, no water, and anxiety attacks. And it's not fun, and it's not nice, and it happens more often than it should. I don't think that the age should be the deciding factor here because this happens to people regardless of being 16 or 21. Yes, national laws have different approaches to this. However, we can be stricter than that. And I feel like if we decide to do some sort of restriction, the age should not be the factor. Because again, it's not relevant to the effect, therefore it shouldn't be relevant into the restriction itself. In general, though, I feel like the energy drink sponsorships that are very common are not necessarily something that happens for any other reason than having the energy drinks, so we can get rid of that anyways. And I feel like we do not need them if we decide. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
UIP Switzerland thanks the GB for bringing this issue forward. We have noticed a large uptick in the excessive consumption of caffeinated beverage by quite young individuals, especially the consumption of mate. It can make for some aggressive behavior, obviously chemically and because it's addictive. And though it's especially an issue for under 18s, we re-emphasize what the Czech Republic said. We think that it's relevant for all ages. And that perhaps we would raise that caffeinated beverages shouldn't be freely provided at sessions to participants, besides at breakfast. And that these beverages should be like for self-consumption only. So if you bring it, you go to the store, you can have it, but otherwise it's not provided. It's not the only option for a sweet drink that you can drink. And we will be implementing this in our internal policy more on the organizational side. And we agree with the Czech Republic on topics also.
Thank you so much. All right, next up, European Union.
Amazing. Thank you so much for the recognition. And also I am glad the past national committees have talked more about caffeine because I'm gonna kick the other way. But I would just like to say that Romania does kind of agree with a balance that is to be struck between harmonizing with national law and also sort of a guideline in terms of how we deal with welfare and that frenzy haze of caffeine-induced group psychosis. Anyhow, as I was saying, I do want to go the other way, specifically alkyl nitrates. Obviously, as you can imagine, this is a topic that is near and dear to me, representing my people and not just chemistry students. Yes. So I am in fact talking about these little things here because I'll have come with thoughts. However, jokes aside, I do want to commend the GB for putting this topic forward because it is a huge gray area. And it's these street drugs or so-said party drugs that can have incredibly harmful effects. However, they can truly be seen as, haha, funny. I mean, let's be honest, we all laughed about it. And again, as the GP has mentioned, the code of ethics, recreational drug use is not allowed at an UAP event. However, poppers are not regulated on a national level, hence why there were those mentions of them being sold as room motorizers or leather cleaners and so on and so forth, because they generally stand in this huge gray area. And they are not instantly harmful, specifically talking about poppers. If you sniff them, chemically speaking, it's just blood rushing a very quick high. However, there's a huge risk here because if you ingest poppers, you will probably die. You have a very, very big chance of it being fatal in the sense that it acts by preventing the red blood cells from transporting oxygen to your brain, but we can talk more about this later. Who is doing poppers at an UIP session? I don't know, honestly, sniff around, you will smell it before you see it. However, I do very much agree that as long as we have known of this happening, then it's something that is worth discussing. What I do want to raise is, do we stay at poppers or do we go further? Because there are multiple street and recreational drugs. One other good example is nitrous oxide or laughing gas. However, it might be relevant to say that, I would wrap it up very quickly, yes. That if we do decide to pass a policy on this, it has to be something that is flexible and adaptable because street drugs are always evolving and also we do not want to get to the point of banning permanent markers because it can also stop us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, and now quickly over to European Netherlands.
Okay, thank you. So to be very plain, in terms of poppers, we don't have much of an opinion because I never seen someone with poppers in session. In fairness, I do think it is important to regulate this. However, at the moment for us at a national level, it's a bit of a non-issue. However, with the caffeine, I think we think that it's like a very kind of nuanced topic because on one hand, yes, it is important that kids are not consuming amounts of caffeine that potentially lead them to have a little bit of a heart attack in the middle of the session or which are harmful for their health and which cause anxiety and all that. But at the same time, it is hard enough to enforce things that are connected to national law. For example, it is hard enough to make sure that delegates are not sneaking in a beer you know what I mean? So to add on to that, the kind of the situation with the caffeine is which is completely legal and normalized, it would make enforcement very difficult. Also, at the same time, we think that blame that. I'll jump to something else. We think that in some places, for example, not the case with Netherlands, for example, in Belgium, you can drink at 16. There's nothing in the code of sorry, Belgium for singling you out. Just the only country, Germany as well. Okay, there's 2 countries. You can drink at 16. So it would be kind of weird to be able to drink at a UIP session, alcohol in a UIP session, but then not a caffeine drink. So ultimately, TLDR, UIP now thinks this should be left to MCs individually. However, yes, also bearing in mind that kids need to be somewhat responsible also for their own decisions and have some level of responsibility, as well as parents in how they educate their children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now let's go back to the governing body for a brief response to these statements.
I mean, there's no much to agree or disagree with this. This is the whole point of the discussion. We are happy that you see the importance of it, because honestly, based on the informal discussion, I thought everyone would be like, oh, that's not an issue. But it's very nice to see that people do think this is an important discussion to have, and I would recommend to keep it very constructive during debate rather than like focusing on I don't know, this is a problem, this is not. Maybe let's focus also on like, if this is a problem, how to regulate this, because this will really help us in the perspective of a potentially policy change in case we want one. I don't say you need to want one.
Thank you so much. Of course, we agree. We are also big fans of keeping the debate constructive. So the debate is structured as follows. First, there will be the poppers round. Then there will be.
This is what all of us came here for.
Then there will be the caffeine round, and then there will be, of course, a general round. So, because, schedule is tight, I would like to remind you all, points are different from statements in that they are shorter and about one particular thing. Please bear in mind when you make your points. That being said, we would love to have points. So, who would like to make a popper's point? You in Serbia, it's yours.
Okay, so I kind of have to, from our perspective, it is a legal gray area. It is neither recognized as a drug, but is neither banned, and it's sold as a cleaning supply for some reason. Anyways, I think the best idea to approach this, especially poppers, as it's a very niche topic, let's be honest, is by giving an NC a right to decide, like some countries, poppers is more popular than in other countries, I guess. I think this might be a good idea to leave to the NC, given the context by law and given the usage of poppers per capita, I guess. Thank you.
No, I hope so, but I hope not.
All right, we have two direct responses. Portugal was faster and also seems more nervous, so we will take a direct response from them. But EOP Spain, you will definitely get to just say a regular point if you still want to look at it.
Okay, answering to kind of what Sylvia has stated as well, I don't necessarily think that it should be left up to NCs, same as we do not decide for marijuana use if your country uses more marijuana than others. I don't know why, depending on the use of poppers in your country, we would allow it in some places and not allow it in others. I think that it's good to leave stuff for NC, for example, with drugs, not drugs, sorry. That's exactly not my point. With alcohol, caffeine, and stuff like this, but when it is something to do with drugs, I think it should be a standard for all of them.
Thank you so much. As promised, the next point will be from EOP Spain.
I just wanted to kind of follow up with Portugal's point. Regulation of any kind of drugs or whatever it does, it cannot be related to the country's popularity rather than the effect of whatever is being regulated. And one of the main issues with poppers is the banalization of that drug, because it's a drug. It has the same effects as, or maybe less effects than other hard drugs, but still it has really, really, really bad effects to one's health. It's not that of a niche topic or whatever. It has really, really strong effect on someone's health, if not consumed or widely consumed or like the wrongly consumed, as Romania stated. I think that it really needs to take it seriously. Yeah.
Thank you, EOP Spain. Now we will go over to the snooze corner. So we will hear comments from EOP Norway, followed by EOP Sweden.
Well, we don't think this should be codified by policy at all. Like, first of all, of course, it's not illegal in Norway. It's a legal gray area as it is in many other countries. But we also have kind of a concern with it sending a signal that it is like a widely spread problem in UAP, which it is not, as far as we know. At least not for us. Like in Norway, I think you can fully only buy it from one sex shop in Oslo. Like that's it's not a problem.
Thank you, UAP Norway. Sorry, UAP Czech Republic, we're a bit short on time, but feel free to text it on Slack. Now, UAP Sweden, you're recognized.
We agree with UAP Norway. Like every country has their own problems with substances. For example, we have a lot of students use. So the perfect use would be that every NC knows their problem and the NC knows best what to stop, like to prohibit using. So we think this should not be codified. Thank you.
Called it. All right, now back to the governing body to respond to this round. Everyone who has something poppers related can still make their point in the general round.
All right, we fully appreciate different perspectives and spectrum of answers here. I think it's also very nice, and we might do a vibe check later on to kind of see where the room is at on this stuff. But just an FYI, and the current policy says no to recreational drugs. Of course, poppers are not sold like that, but they're used like that. So to an extent, you can, balance it that you can go that way. But if there is a need, or if you think this should be regulated black and white, so no one can like stipulate this gray zone, like actually, no, I use it to clean my carpet. Then we can go that way. As to different points and perspectives, it's also very nice. Also in case you have anything in your kind of NCs on any of those rounds or any of those topics that you regulate or self-regulate, or some stuff are yes, some stuff are no, I would love to hear them in the thread as well. A bit of experience sharing there. Not experience in terms of personal experience, but NC good practice experiences. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Then without further ado, let's jump into the caffeine round, shall we? Okay, you guys see the problem, right? Already in advance, sorry, some people will not recognize, but please take it to Slack. Let's see whom we haven't heard from yet so much on this topic. We will have points from Europe, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Poland.
Oh, no, it's not, okay. So the sale of energy drinks is already illegal in Turkey for people under 18, so like that's not a big issue for us. But I think here, instead of saying like, oh my God, a chair is consuming 5 energy drinks, this is really bad, we should ban it, etc. I think we should also focus on the situation that makes it happen, which is like if a chair is going to recite till 5 a.m., of course he's going to consume 5 energy drinks. So I think like we shouldn't even leave this to NCs, and like if it is legal in that country, like it should just be allowed, because I think it's an overreach.
Thank you so much. Sorry, European and Netherlands, no time, but Slack will enjoy what you have to say. Sorry, also to Europe, Czech Republic.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a few different opinions about this. I Googled how much caffeine there is in different types of drinks. And it seems that, say, for example, for Red Bull, it's like 80, for anything like an espresso, it's like 110, whatever. But the ideal kind of max for adults is 400 mg. And I know we're not talking about adults, but it's still something that is important. And realistically, if I get like, I don't know, 10 colas, right? If I drink that, if I chug that down, then that's even more than like a singular Red Bull. And I know we're talking about like high caffeine in terms of percentages probably, and like the milligrams themselves. But why does that matter when like the impact and the result is just as equally bad, if you get what I mean? So this overregulation is kind of for me. And I also think that just in general, we are a youth organization. I know that energy drinks are ideally for the youth, which is in some cases morally ambiguous perhaps, but we already have a lot of issues with funding and trying to get people's attentions. So I think just adding on this extra issue of trying to get money from somewhere else or other types of sponsorships, it's just, yeah, I don't really think there's a point to it.
All right, thank you so much. In Cyprus, Slovenia, I see you, but as I said, no time, sorry. Slack is our friend. As promised, the next point will be from UP Poland, and after that we will return. Okay, we can also take a point from Albania after, and then we return to the governing body. Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, it's working. So from UAP Poland's perspective, of course, we have a law that people below 18 can buy energy drinks. They can consume them, but they can't physically buy them. That's why also we as UAP Poland can't even buy it for recycling or like any other reasons.
So it's hard to regulate it in this way, but in terms of in-kind, we should regulate that. As plenty of times people, just because it is available, they are overusing it a lot and doesn't think about their welfare concerns or like anything related with that. Instead also because it's in kind, it's available at all times, it's free, people are overusing it a lot, taking at any point, and it's also promoting against minors who also just see officials who should be like a role figure, that they're also overusing it a lot. So with in-kind, we very much should regulate that. Among officials for the contacts, it all depends on the BNC. From our side, this is banned, but this is Poland. So yeah.
Thank you so much. And as promised, Europe Albania was the last point for this round. Can someone cast them a mic, please?
Oh, too late.
I'm sorry. What I wanted to say is that there is a strong culture regarding coffee and energy drinks in UAP. It's a running joke amongst many members, many MCs, and it's a general thing, okay? But the thing is that there's most delegates, especially first-time delegates, maybe at NATS, regionals, or whatever, they are very young, and I feel like our parents, maybe my parents, I don't know if you guys' parents, are more against energy drinks than they were against smoking or alcohol. So energy drinks are a huge taboo within many families, maybe Balkan families as well, I don't know. And many delegates will see that as an opportunity to, okay, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna like drink 4 Red Bulls at once today because nobody's gonna tell me anything. There is a strong lack of regulation regarding that. And I feel like it's setting up a bad example for many young delegates, given that they start maybe from 14, 15 and then up. And I feel like there is this need for some sort of regulation.
Thank you, Europe Albania. As announced, let's move back to the governing body. I believe they can probably keep this relatively brief.
Yes, but we'll try. If I can open one, amazing. All right, so with UIP Azerbaijan and Poland, I think the points they were very clear on the both spectrum of things. However, what I wanted to say, and this is not necessarily, it's more of a question, it's not a GP opinion on this, but like, does any of you get in kind, other than the actual energy drinks, any money from these companies, or it's just the drinks? And if you get only those energy drinks, does it mean that you only provide those for your participants, or do you provide something else? Because then, yeah, we might overstimulate this use of energy drinks. And to go to UIP Turkey's point about resotyping till 5 a.m. and having 5 energy drinks, which being normal. Yes, we are adults. We technically, as with alcohol, we know how not to overindulge. However, maybe this is also maybe a cultural change we want to discuss about at future BNC meetings, because is this really healthy working environment if we have to stay up till 5 a.m. and drink those 5 energy drinks? Maybe we can shift the discussion in future like that, rather than like, oh, we should regulate this because everyone stays up. Maybe let's try to solve the problem rather than the why we do this. And for Albania, with like strong culture and energy drinks, I totally agree. And to be fair, in energy drinks, we don't have that high of caffeine levels. Yes, it is high, but it's not only that which is the problem, it's also the high sugars. And also you have stimulants like taurine and guarana, who keeps you like super focused and like there. So those are also fairly addictive, and those are problematic, and that causes the kind of aggressive behavior someone pointed out early on. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's stay downstairs. We will take a point from EP Cyprus and Germany, and then we'll see.
Okay, so it's about energy and high caffeine drinks. We completely disagree with codifying it in any way or form, because for us it would be actually harmful in that way, since we not only receive in-kind sponsorships by energy drinks, but from the same company, because they're under a group, we receive waters, juices, anything that they provide. They give us also money and they give us fridges, which is difficult for us to find in Cyprus for some reason. And it's very hot, so you understand the issue. And it's a very nice partnership that if we move towards not receiving things from them, it not only damages that partnership, but it damages any potential partnership that we might possibly seek to have with any of the industry, of the drinks industry, because the same people that have Shark or Red Bull, I think Red Bull is more common, they have other drinks as well that are not caffeinated. So maybe instead of seeking those exact high caffeinated drinks, you can seek other stuff from those companies. And if a high caffeinated drink comes, then we just don't disregard it because it damages our image towards the industry.
So much. All right. As promised, the next point. It's UAP Germany.
Thank you. I think I would have declared this if we hadn't had the point already. But the thing is, first of all, we are also very much not in favor of like over-regulation in general. However, our point was exactly on sponsors and so on. As I do believe that, yes, over-regulation, again, not great. However, encouraging the consumption of energy drinks, I don't think is something that we should do as a network, because it is, as we have discussed already, very, very harmful, especially for our younger members. So I think having a sponsor and therefore having to promote it during the session, maybe even on our social medias, I don't think that that is very great to do. It does encourage our members to consume it, and it does state that we are in favor of doing that.
Sorry, we have a mic issue, but I will take one last point from UAP Ireland, and then we will go back to the governing body. Everyone else, use Slack, pop off.
Thank you. As promised, I did say a funny little anecdote, which is thank you to Ali May, who introduced me to Red Bull at the first session I went to, where I had 25 pounds and it was sponsored in BIK. But more importantly, I think that when we're thinking about these type of things and sponsorships, it's very important to look at not only like, yes, the effects on welfare, but also reputationally what it means for your NC to have such a sponsorship from those people, how it creates an outlook onto parents and schools and what it kind of promotes. Like these are already highly targeted at young people. So what we do instead is when we get sponsorships, we do not provide them to delegates at all. We only offer them to participants, and they're kind of promoted slightly through our own internal discords rather than, you know, being in photos and slandered all over the Instagram page.
Thank you so much. Sorry, UAP Serbia, I said no more points. Sorry, UAP the Netherlands, same thing for you. Governing body, would you like to respond to this final round?
No.
All right. Then we will introduce a formal request that was made by the governing body, which I love that the informal vote has been informally renamed to ride check time. So you guys know the drill. We'll read out one of the questions.
Do we have to clarify the first, any single one?
All right, I think the questions are largely self-explanatory. If not, just yell quickly before. I will read it in case you're having trouble reading it. The first question is, would you favor regulation of street drugs in the UAP policy on safety and welfare? No committee placards, just colors. All right. There are a couple of reds and abstentions, but I would say overwhelmingly this is green. All right, placards down. Next question. Would you favor regulation of energy drinks in the UAP policy on safety and welfare? All right, is everyone voting right now? All right, this is kind of the inverse of what we saw before. Placards down. Question number 3. Would you allow sponsorships or in-kind donations by energy drink companies?
Yes,
Yes. Not Wolfers Pump. Okay. All right. All right, I would say that leans green. Okay, Pakistan. And last question is, would you favor caffeine regulation beyond breakfast in the EYP safety and welfare policy? I think this means that like caffeine and coffee shouldn't be offered outside of breakfast, right?
Is it offered or is it consumption?
I think this is provided. Like, for instance, hospital breakfast has a coffee machine, they don't have to hide it.
For simplicity, let's say everything after 12 o'clock, okay? I don't know.
I think either way you have your answer.
Yeah.
Okay. GB, did you get to take the notes that you
Yeah,
wanted?
we got it, yes.
Brilliant. Then let's move on to the next topic of debate, which is also the governing body, which will be on critical evaluations in UAP. Can we get a microphone to the governing body, please? Are there any microphones in the neighborhood?
The hose.
In the hood? No, all right, not the hood. All right. Even if you're changing seats, I hope this can be done somewhat quietly. Governing body.
Yeah.
First,
Again, just to clarify, this entire proposal was prepared, written, and well thought of by Ali. I'm just here to represent it and like speak about it, but Ali was behind all of this and she's super passionate about it. So like, if you want to hear more about it, she's one email message away. But yeah, if we can go to the next slide, please.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. So statement of debate as follows: evaluations within the UIP network are increasingly perceived as positive recommendations rather than performance assessments that can also be critical, potentially limiting their usefulness for transparency, learning opportunities, and informing future selections. That's pretty self-explanatory. Now, again, history, the policy has been changed fairly few times recently. But very important to mention was that the GP was asked to interpret all policy with regards to what an evaluatee can or cannot consent to, finding a balance between consenting to facts and not consenting to performance overview, so like what we have right now. If we can move on. So the rationale behind this is that essentially evaluations are not meant to be linked to recommendations, right? They are meant to follow a structured reflection, facilitate accountability, transparency, and allow learning from events. However, in recent years, I think it was a more and more decrease of people putting those improvement points or or like what could have gone a bit better or what's next, because there is this unspoken stigma in the network that evaluations have to be positive, or if they're not positive, they shouldn't be posted on the member platform because they're not good enough. Hence why we have this discussion and we want to bring it forward. Of course, evaluations are expected to be subjective review of performance, yet grounded in truths and facts. You have to base everything on truths and facts, not to be like, I think that. No, you have to base it based on facts and truths as per policy anyway. And if you don't, then the person can like request for the governing body for the evaluation to be removed, and there is entire process there. Why we think this is very important to mention is we were talking about gossip in selection panels quite a lot, but realistically speaking, there are lots of examples in the network that you are presented with a candidate with exceptional evaluations, and then someone jumps like, yeah, I know, but actually their performance wasn't that good because I heard this and that. So we actually further enhance the gossip culture because we're scared to not critically evaluate people, but to objectively evaluate everyone for their better goods, the better parts, worst parts, what could have been improved, what not. Because being at an event doesn't mean you have to be perfect or stellar. That's why we do EIP, to learn, to improve, to get better and better. So that's an important part. Possible action plan. Well, Next steps will be to collect examples of evaluation practices and experiences across NCs, what we're gonna do now. Maybe if you want to develop guidance or best practices on writing constructive, fair, and honest evaluations, because people also might have forgotten how to do this, because for quite some years, we see a decrease in people that are able to fully reflect on that without being hesitant or like self-questioning, is this okay, is this not okay? And maybe if there is a need, we can organize workshops or trainings on evaluations writing for NCs and leadership. And Ali is super passionate about this point. So if that's something you want, then the GB might help there as well.
Thank you to the governing body. We are now opening the floor to statements. We know that many were requested. We cannot accommodate all the requests because we are like 1 hour late. But we will still open the floor to a couple. I would say we have heard much from like Switzerland and Austria. We go Ukraine and they don't just UK and Ukraine. All right, thank you very much. And just to indicate the significance of this issue, because it's an essential tool which may have a very large effect on the future paths of each EYP, because one evaluation may eliminate the possibility of a person having some, I don't know, official experience in future. And therefore, just want to say that we need to carefully arrange this issue to try to make the relevant judgments about these people as objective as possible and to ensure inclusions of more participants. And regarding addressing the first issue, which was in the topic of debate, with the evaluators done writing bad evaluations because of some reasons for not making bad relations with evaluatee or whatever other, we believe that we need to start with clearing the roots of that. Because namely, I don't know how it happens in other national committees, but when you're MC talking to HOs, to presidents, or if you're president of the session talking to VPs, you need to build clear expectations. You need to say it's absolutely normal to include not only some sunshine moments in the evaluation, but they should point out the room for improvement as well, as the governing body mentioned, because that's one of the reasons we make evals. And because if not, we start to concentrate on two extremes, as making very good evaluations like recommendation letters, as it was mentioned, or some very bad evaluation. But for this, we also need to make these selection panels to correctly consider these evaluations. Because if person has some little negative aspect in the eval, but e.g. evaluators sees the room for improvement, the selection panel after this shouldn't address like, oh my God, this evaluation is not perfect. We won't include them in our team and so on. And what I want to say is that we need to make this process double-sided, working with those who evaluate and with those who read these evaluations. And the last point, we agree with the fact that in extreme cases, those evaluations may be written and published even without evaluatee consents, if it is a very big problem with code of conduct or whatever. But the issue is how to define these extreme cases also. And we believe that in this case, at least 2-3 people need to make such judgments towards another person, e.g. ESP and C board member, and if you're a chair, for example, you're a president, to try to remain, if not exclusively selected. Thank you. To EYP Ukraine, as promised, to your almost neighbors of the United Kingdom.
Okay. This is on? Yeah, okay. I will keep this brief because EYP Ukraine already provided a very comprehensive summary of the topic, I think. I would just say, speaking from somewhat experience, I think the main thing to note here is that often like weakness or a lack of willingness to write a critical evaluation is a structural issue. I.e., for example, head organizers evaluate the leadership at their national sessions. Let's say there's an issue with the leadership at the national session. It is often on HOs who can be quite young, quite inexperienced, because that's how things go, especially in younger entities. And I would put it, like, generally, I would put it to the BNC or open it for discussion that this is often a structural issue, which then manifests itself in later selection panels, but is a structural issue that people are not trained and not supported by their own NC to write a good critical evaluation, and then to be supported throughout the process with leadership members who often feel that they can refute and, you know, openly criticize and critique and bat it back at the HOs or whoever is writing the evaluation time and time again. And especially for new members, this is quite an intimidating process. So what I would say is yes, it's absolutely an issue that we are not writing them. Sometimes it's also an issue that we are not trained, backed, supported enough to write them and then really stick to what we say.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, UAP UK. We now go back to the proposing entity for a quick response if you wish to do so.
Yes, yes, for the culture, and I agree that also to UAP UK, we need to teach people and we need to like, yeah, there are flaws in how we evaluate people, and I think everyone can agree with this. However, to clarify a few points, a bad evaluation doesn't mean that we have to be shady or rude to people. It's just an objectiveness of their performance and what can be improved. And realistically speaking, this is personal view now, but both of our personal view. If I see an evaluation that it only has positive stuff, it kind of raises a question mark for myself, because then is that person actually perfect? Because no one is perfect. Let's be real. Also, to evaluation consent, actually, as per the policy as it stands right now, you can evaluate everyone as long as you follow the timeline that is codified without their consent, like even if they don't ask, oh, I want to be evaluated, as long as everything that is written there is factually correct, they had time to approve and say that, oh, this is all factually correct or it's not, you can evaluate them regardless. So it's already codified in that sense.
Thank you.
Just a second. There's also a thing that was discussed last BNCM, what's the difference between facts and then an objective evaluation, and the change by Greece and Italy, proposed by Greece and Italy last time was rejected. That would maybe change that to an extent. That's a different discussion as well. It's good to have this in context, and we would very much like it on topic insofar possible, please.
Thank you to the governing body also for the technical explanation. Now we move to the rounds of debate, which are structured as follow. Round one covers trade of 2019 critic evaluation for events, peer best practices and experiences. I will say also in this case, general experiences do not Ramadan. Round two, need for action, possible action plans, including suggestions of guidelines, workshops, trainings, and advice, and a classic round of general debate. I already see that Slovenia is up for 1 point for debate round one, which will then be followed by a triple down there. But by now, Slovenia, can we get a mic to Slovenia? Thank you very much. And then to Phil and Marwan.
Yes, thank you. I want to say that being on both sides of people that do write evaluations and then selection panels on the other hand, I think we had a bit of that shift in culture where we expect an evaluation to be good, and if there's something a little bad, we immediately raise concerns. I've seen selection panels where there's 1 point of improvement, like maybe this person didn't reply to messages or whatever the thing. We're immediately like, ooh, I don't know if we should say this person. And I think in that way, we should also shift our view as people who are in the selection panels as board members to kind of keep that in mind, that like critical evaluations are not necessarily bad. It doesn't mean that person is bad. Somebody can grow. Like I've seen people 3-year-old evaluations and they look at them and like, ooh, that person didn't do very well. It's like it's been 3 years. Probably that's changed. And I think it's also on us to change our attitude towards looking at evaluations. Thank you.
Thank you, Epistelina, for a very constructive point. As promised, it will be Finland.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Slovenia on this. As an HR board member, 90%, 95% of the evaluations that I read are completely positive and do not contain points of improvement, especially for newer EYPers. With more experienced people, there's often more experienced people in leadership also like giving points of improvement, but it's a genuine issue. And then, you spot one thing and then see, okay, like maybe this person like has some things to improve on, even though, in the context, it's actually like not a major thing. Also, I think a big problem is lack of experience for NC representatives who are at the session, who have not been in these leadership positions or even teams, evaluating people with leadership roles and making recommendations for them. And I definitely think like beyond just NC representatives, the entire NC with like more experience potentially could take more of a part in the evaluation process.
Thank you, PYP. Finland, we got a very brief, but a lot of direct response to PYP Greece, if they do have a mic. Okay. That's it.
Yeah, and I would also want to add on that with the whole positive evaluation thing, that also we also tend to see it in leadership as well, when you might ask for feedback from a person that has written the evaluation, that possibly often wise they hesitate to actually add constructive feedback
in fear of being judgy or something of that context, where in reality, evaluations are supposed to be for the improvement of the person and not just to praise them.
Thank you, I agree. That's what that responses should be. I had promised Ireland if they're still up for it. Yep.
Thank you very much. I'm gonna practice this so that I'm gonna talk about my own personal capacity is benefit of leadership in the past.
Well,
hello.
Yeah.
Speaking from personal experience, not with the island, blah blah blah. As a member of leadership, it's like quite difficult because you want to give your like people working under you like a good feedback that they can improve on, but also with so many just positive evals across the network, it's like really difficult because you feel like you're putting the people you evaluate in strategic disadvantage and that they won't get selected for further sessions. So it's that dilemma that do you highlight the things they need to improve and that just stop them from ever being selected again and again. And this is something I quite struggle with and I think everyone struggles with because emails are meant to be for feedback. Having points to improve on is good. I know not getting an abstract the first time was really helpful for me to learn and to develop. And I think we're giving everyone a disservice if you don't let them develop because not everyone most people aren't able to go into a NATS or whatever the second time, and that's fine, that's good. We need to learn and improve.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you, Ireland. And me, it's lowered. So then Switzerland, it's yours very fast as well. And then Belgium, I'm proposing empty.
I just want to address something that's been raised a couple of times, that evaluations are meant to be for feedback. I think they should be, but they currently are not technically legally defined as such. They're defined as a message to the next selection panel, and there is further potential to give feedback outside of an evaluation.
I promise Belgium, and then you can talk. Keep the mic.
Thank you. I also heard some very interesting things, and I generally agree with what has been said so far about like that feedback is a good thing, and we're there to learn and also to just like continue with that feedback. I just wanted to share something that EYP Belgium very recently implemented to kind of approach this in a better way because it's something that we have seen. We after our last events, we sent out forms to the extended leadership where they could anonymously talk about their experience pre, during and post session with the leadership members, and that very much contributed to how the NC could approach their evaluation writing for the leadership members in a very constructive way, and it included negative points, positive points, and very insightful things. So
thank you, EYP Belgium, as promised, proposing entity.
All right, so first of all, we hear you, we know the struggles, however, we know that this is a bit of a moral question, as UAP Ireland said, because like you don't want them to prohibit being selected further, but someone and a group of, highly understandable people in this context should break this culture that we know it's not good, and if we carry on with the culture, will this bring us anywhere? The question still is there, and it's for you to decide. As for Monroe's comment, I agree on the technicality. However, there's 2 points. First of all, feedback has its place. Like, continue to give feedback to your participants. Definitely do that. That's very important, and that should be personal. That should be long. That should be a reflection in this kind of sort of like discussion, right? But when you evaluate, you still talk about next steps or what the selection panel should concentrate on. And while it's not as personal as feedback, because you don't really give a full development plan there, you still tackle this intertwined stuff of like, what didn't go well and what didn't. So like technically it's still covered by that, but I agree we maybe need to codify it better because I think there is an agreement there that, we want to include those points and maybe the current phrasing is not fit for that fully. But yeah, that's it.
Thank you, governing body. We'll now move to the second round of debate, not the third, which is need for action, possible action plans. So how can we fix the issues we have underlined until now? I see Netherlands had the placard up for quite some time, then Austria, Spain, and we'll see. Netherlands, can you get a mic? Sure. Thank you.
Yes, so on possible action plans, I actually think that the format we usually all use for writing the evaluation isn't really perfectly designed to cater to more like actual feedback and less overwhelmingly positive ones. Personally, I'm currently trying out one where you do your chronological thing of events, but then do a bullet pointed, so separated mandatory sections of like points of improvement and points of excellence. So both balanced and weighed out. I just think that hiding points of improvement in a long prose text allows people who don't feel comfortable giving feedback to kind of undersell or, you know, make it over nuanced. And by perhaps if we adopted more network-wide a strategy where we have an explicit section, that this would force also the evaluator to actually give that feedback.
Thank you. EYP the Netherlands, as promised. EYP all set.
Thank you very much. I think one thing we also have seen, at least in our selection panels, is that if evaluations are missing continuously, it raises questions. But my issue with that is that oftentimes you cannot really control if you're gonna get an evaluation or not. I don't know if any of you guys have been ghosted before. I have been ghosted for evaluations. And I really think this should also be indicated on the members platform. I don't know if this is something that I can bring up with the GB or you can work it out with the developers team. But to bring up when you have requested an evaluation and have like a pending sign, so you know, okay, this person is not actively blocking because they had a bad performance, but rather they didn't receive an evaluation and therefore we don't have one. Yeah.
Oh. EYP Italy, then they have a direct response, and then we can go back to you, Doc.
Like Brady from abroad, I think I'm wrong, but yeah, possibly. There is technically a 2 weeks additional time to for the MC to evaluate the leadership in case the leadership does not fulfill the post-session duties. And I'm not sure if it's been implemented yet in the members platform or not, but yes, oh, fantastic. I was really missing the update, sorry. So then technically that can be reflected in the evaluation of the leadership if the team member or extended reaches out to the NC and says like, hey, I asked, but the leadership is not responsive.
Thank you, EYP Italy. It is a big case for shame for not listening to the updates. I'm sorry, EYP Austria. We will go on with EYP Spain and then Armenia.
Thank you so much. In my opinion, when it comes to critical evaluations, we have 2 main concerns. First of all, is that some people, as Keek said, don't put it because there is not like they can hide it, or maybe they just forget about it. Sorry very much. And I believe there would be much better also the future selection plans to have a standardized version of evaluations, a much more restricted format, like a forms that you just need to fill, and there's one section specifically for critical or like points of improvements, and then you as a future selection panel, if you see that's empty, you can also take that into consideration. And the second one is that sometimes the person who writes the critical evaluation doesn't want to be blamed as being like, I don't know, personally attacking that person for giving a critical point. Maybe it could be also interesting to double checking or making like a double checking, for instance, between if there's a problematic DP between the president and the NC, for instance, and the NC can validate what the president said because technically they have been on the session and they could have seen the problems if the evaluation is really critical. Just food for thought, especially could be interesting when some evaluations lead to flagging afterwards. So you have to solve it for pretty much.
Thank you, EYP Spain. I had promised EYP Armenia.
So I think also it is very important to communicate to our members how important it is for them to understand what feedback is. Because coming from my professional background as a recruiter, it is extremely important for them to understand why they need to showcase good things and bad things for their professional development after EYP, because EYP will help them so much to get employed in this horrendous market right now. And I think what we can approach with is that having with like 2 steps on like, if we have a workshop, firstly to
clearly communicate why it is important to clearly underline what has to be improved and what not has to be, everything imperfect, and then how to word it. Because I think many people are very iffy about certain wordings and they are very afraid to put certain words into evaluations and how they can clearly communicate what they have in mind about someone's performance. And I think we can lead by example that we have a shared drive that some leadership members can have their best practices of what instances can be worded in what way. And this is just a shared practice that we shared in the NCs. And this is just something that can be, worked with as well.
Thank you, EYP Armenia. I will take one last point from EYP Norway and then go back to the proposing entity.
We also have the issue that I've seen a lot of evaluations containing AI lately. And AI is notoriously overly positive. So I feel also one solution is just to not use AI in your evaluations and teach your board members, etc., to actually write good personal evals on their own.
Thank you, EYP Norway. I'm sorry, we will have just a couple of points for the general for those who are remaining. A mic that goes back to the GB from somewhere all over Europe.
Yeah, this is not much to say. However, I think we went more on the advice stuff rather than actual plan of action, but that's fine. We also have another round of debate. However, if you, especially for the general one, if you think the current structure of the actual template doesn't work, we can change it. If you think the current policy doesn't work in any way, we can change it, but let's hear about it. AI point, really fair point. Yeah, AI is biased towards the positive stuff, and we already know how some of us feel about AI, some of us how we don't. You get the point. So I think that's also important to discuss. And about UIP Belgium's point on what you're trying to do, really nice, really nice thing. I did hear it more from personal that other people were thinking about it, were trying to implement this, and I think it's something that maybe can be brought up to a further policy, maybe if it works for you, because then we broaden the vision on the evaluations. However, the cultural shift still stays there, and I would really want to hear concrete ways on which you think how we can shift this cultural change of just positive, sugarcoat LinkedIn recommendations.
Thank you to the governing body. Now we can move to the last round of general debate. I see Slovenia with their arm barely hanging to their body, and then Sweden, Poland, and Netherlands.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, my point ties very much to the second round of debate with possible action plan. I think the reason why our evaluations are also overly positive is because we write them 4 or 5 weeks after the session. We forget half the things that happened, especially when it comes to leadership evaluations. We usually don't have great input on what has been going on. That's why we just make them really general, very basic, so we don't really miss, we don't say anything wrong, but we also don't say anything specific. So we would very much be in favor of, keeping this going and developing how we can make better evaluations. Going also into maybe proposing a structure of evaluations, but not necessarily too strict. I think some creative freedom there is really nice because it does show personality of the people that is evaluating as well. But also some sort of better tracking during the session and the pre-session periods, because there are, first-time VPs, nobody teaches them how to write an eval, they're just expected to write it. So some sort of a structure there, how to track properly these things. They're very differently done in academic boards or other teams in UIP, and I think some sort of suggestions and development in that case would be really nice.
Thank you, Karin. Governing body has a 15 seconds direct response. I will time you.
Food for thought on the structure. Based on personal experience, we don't even have the exact same understanding of what impact is on an evaluation. So maybe you can also discuss on how we better can understand those sections that we have, or if we can introduce new ones, how we can mostly use those, how they're intended to be used, because it's also widely used.
It's fine. EYP Sweden, 20 seconds.
I mean, many countries have some countries have HR crises, and I think that's one of the reasons why people would want to write overly positive feedback to their members. It's a reason for UNC to send people abroad and gather like knowledge and experience for them to come back. Okay, let's hear.
Okay, I will respond.
Okay, very quickly also, EYP Armenia, direct response.
So that's what
you get to talk after.
But to kind of contradict that, you are going to have a network of people who do not understand how to function. In a way that you're going to have an HR crisis, but the HR crisis in reality is people who do like truly understand EYP mission, they understand how we can function in the sessions, and not people who do not take feedback and they do not improve, and that's a real HR crisis and not having physical people there.
Thank you, EYP Armenia. I don't think I had promised anything else. Oh yeah, EYP Poland.
Thank you. So, in general, I am a hater of current structure, as basically evaluations are very much vibe-based because we have no any type of template or structure how the evaluation should look like. So even with the whole recommendations right now, first time chair of regional can get an evaluation to chair an IS, which is kind of stupid. And also right now, because there's like no any way of how it is structured, mostly it's like example of like some evaluation from the past. This is the training that, for example, extended leadership, such as VPs, who never wrote evaluation, they only saw their evaluations, which could also be bad. We're just like, this is just like being passed on. So I think that the whole trainings and actual info about how to do evaluations would be very much beneficial to everybody, but also to have an actual structure, how it should look like. Of course, there can be creative freedom and everything, but even just having what should be in evaluation would be good. As for now, people don't really understand what the section impact is for. So there are plenty of stuff how, as for something that important as evaluation for our network, it's not really taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, people, and apologies for almost forgetting you. You are unforgettable in my heart. EYP Germany, very fast, and then you can pass the mic to Stefan.
It is very quick. I just wanted to add on to that, since we had a workshop about this at this BNC meeting. This is not only EYP Poland who thinks that, but very much a need and a wish for some kind of more input for all MCs. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I'm sorry, you can keep on discussing it during either lunch or lunch.
All right, so just to quickly clarify about the HR crisis, while I fully understand on the HR crisis, like I'm doing NC support and development, I hear you, I see you, like after fundraising, I think HR is the second biggest issue of this network. That assumption goes on the thing that you evaluate people from the same country, which is not necessarily true all the times, because most of the times leadership is not from the same country of that NC, so like, it is a cultural problem, but I don't think it's that cultural problem, it's just like people think it's linking. And as to next steps and all of that, so it's clear that the system is faulty at the moment. Everyone seems to agree, even if maybe action plans are a bit different. So what I would be very constructive and say, we are very open to work on whatever you think or give our feedback on stuff. We might propose something as well, and we're gonna have the consultation, but also if any of the MCs here want to propose something and want any feedback from the GB, we're more than happy. We will try to maybe also create, if you want, a guideline, we can also mandate for that. On this, maybe we can discuss about banning AI, but like I think it's very important to continue these discussions next BNC meeting in terms of actually policy proposals, so that the cultural shift actually might get changed through policy as well. Thank you.
Thank you to the governing body. Before we go to lunch. I didn't prepare the slide because I got caught unprepared, but we got a vibe check request by EYP Switzerland, or even better, by the AI working group for an informal vote on whether you would listen to me since there is no slide, whether you would support a ban on generating the content of evaluation with LLMs. The rationale is for the AI working group to understand moving forward. The reason being that evaluations and feedback are very important and personal. AI was not present at the session and should have no personal data. So, NCs, would you like support? Would you like, so green is to ban LLM. Question by what people lead.
Thank you.
Whispering and not working, where people.
Sorry, I don't have a chance. Is it already envisaged whether it's a complete ban or just the generation, the brainstorming, the text refinements?
It's a vibe check.
Oh, generic for now. So it should go. Just to be clear, for now, the proposal is generally talking about AI without already envisaging the content of a possible regulation on it. Yeah. What?
GB? Not? Oops.
What I want to clarify, also, I think what Matt tried to also ask, because it's important for us to also understand the perspective, do you want to fully ban no AI? Or do you say no AI to generative stuff, and it's fine to kind of fix your English mistakes?
Yeah, that's what it's meant by.
So it's meant,
Not.
okay, so it's meant, it's not, okay, so it's meant like, okay, you're not allowed to say, write me a good evaluation for X, but it said, I have this paragraph, can I enhance it somehow grammatically? Okay.
I think we're overcomplicating it. It's a vibe check. This whole discussion was the entire debate about what is AI use, whatever. I think it's premature to rediscuss it. There will be time, I'm sure, with the working group. Now, vibe check. Green, whites, and reds, down and see placards. I think we are generally in favor of this. So, with a couple of exceptions, of course, this is going to much deeper discussion. The vibe check has passed. Wow. With no further ado, we can get to eat. Please, since we are so late, try to be back here. Yes, at like 1:35, we will be shouting at you in a very kind way. We also let the IO have a small announcement by also. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. Sorry, just one sec before we all go to lunch. As I mentioned on Friday, we are having an informal sponsored lunch on how to join UE in your country. Shout out to UE Germany and EYP Czechia for joining this. It is, as I said, it's a funding requirement, and I will be sitting at a table. You can join us if you're interested in hearing about what you could do to get UE started. Thank you.
We all like money. Join money at that table. Mind that some MCs may skip the line, they are authorized to do so. Trust them. The speedy warning, you, Romania, you can skip the line. Can I skip live? Like, I'm so dumb. When do you want to feed lunch? When do you want to video? Let's have the video now. Okay. I'm gonna do it here or outside? It's your video. Yeah, but outside the live viewings, I would say. Okay. Yes. Yes. I'm already exhausted to make it. I'll come back. So just like vegetable. I need to like be a very like an Insta star for the API, but then I'm fine.
Still, I don't wanna like get.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I have also dinner, but we should stay small.
Okay. How are we going to do now? Like, we.
Am I chairing once after lunch?
I think you are.
So we are.
Wait.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
we did 4. Yeah.
We need to do these.
Okay, I
TLD.
can make them a bit.
Yes.
Yes. It would be NL.
These can also be go down to 25 each. We'll try to do
Yes.
25. And it would be
It's like. Sorry.
I've sent a formal request for a friendly
It's
amendment, and
already
they also
done.
like to present themselves.
I mean, the proposals has, I already put them in the presentation, so like. It's minimum things like is required is added here, a full stop is added here,
Okay.
and then whole clause is added.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
And yeah, visual aids are nice. I mean, I think we can. There are no statements here, but people will complain to the GB for doing stuff about themselves.
What is that?
It's responsibility, charter coherence, and term limits. It's a bunch of stuff in one proposal, actually.
But I feel like this one won't be too controversial because this is limiting GB power, not expanding.
Yeah, true.
So the only argument would be like, oh, but isn't this actually really complicated, or oh, doesn't this make it unattractive?
But it's a lot of stuff. People won't have read it, and then they will be, oh, but what does this mean? That's what happens.
I don't know.
I'm there.
Let's
Here I am.
Can we see, because then we can already set up around our okay first.
If you want to skip it, if you want to skip the Q and E, then we can do it after.
Yes, thanks. Appreciate it.
So like, for organizational reasons, you know, I think it's beneficial to speak.
Yeah.
Because that's been my problem the other days. I've always been at the back of the queue.
Yeah,
And then I have to eat fast, but then I have to already go chase people again, so we can start again. Good bad.
The GB has so many slides.
Oh,
Okay, let's go.
wait, let me. Wait. No, there's something wrong. Oh, no. Today is Saturday.
Yes.
I used to like start because it ends on Sunday.
I'm always so confused in these 3 days. Tutto bene. I mean, we are very inclusive of non-Italian speakers in the room.
You guys just going crazy with minutes.
Oh, it's fixing all my spelling mistakes is actually atrocious.
It's fine.
I mean,
No, it's not.
I can tell you, your predecessors weren't exactly
really
that
care.
thorough, but
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, we appreciate if you want to
No,
spend time on it, but
I just going through it
But also
quickly.
like, we will have to go through them again in any case.
Yeah.
And I have grammar as well.
and also for any vote counts that will happen after the
Yes.
vote, it's
Yeah.
you. We also take, I
Okay.
mean, it's a double check, which is always
And
nice.
Sean has our
Okay.
thing.
Yes, exactly.
Of
There
course.
with you, the voting sheet, which means that
Yeah,
we can double check each other.
then I'll fully use the.
Yeah. You should also, you should also, yes.
Let's not panic.
It wasn't actually done. Ask you a favor, when we're going back, can you pick like up?
Yes.
Please, one or two question.
Anyway. What's up? Have you eaten? No, not yet. Have you? How are the last events that I missed? Rather some of the most exciting. Say I didn't find to choose me, but I think the first one. Yeah, I think I want to get more of the thing, and because it wasn't honestly proposed, it was just not in the data. There wasn't really too, and the GB did a really good job of saying, at like from the very beginning, we're not proposing any kind of regulation. We want your guys to think that there isn't anything. We want another thing. And I think that's from the beginning. I mean, for the drama aspect, not great because everyone's like, oh, okay, but there's no drama. Exactly. No, but it's so nice. Okay, nice. Yeah. What about the evaluation one? Was also interesting, but you see the vibe check at the end. How did it go? I don't know who's mostly. Oh no, the vibe check was just if like the form of on if anything would be comfortable with what 5 minutes of use of generative AI for evaluations. Oh. But it was just a very informal thing. It was like possibly or like as an idea. How do you guys feel about this? And let's maybe try to have some yes, go for it.
But I'm not sure, but not all of it, it's not Swiss.
Alright. There you go.
Yeah, just not. Yeah.
You came to the rock place.
Here? Out there too. It's hotter until now. It's further north.
Then you should come to the rock place. Can you take a photo of us? Which one is the photo? Take some of them. Please. Where? We said we do it inside because we should put it outside and the sun is so harsh that we're like shadow everywhere. But I guess like I don't know, the background being lunch.
The background will be like here. Not sure.
We can do it with the welcome to
Yeah.
Young Europe.
On floor. Yeah. Yeah, I can do that. Okay, sure. Thank you so much. You need to go back, right?
Please do not start with yourself.
Yes,
What was the last message?
This one.
Why follow it out? Is this yours on kids?
Why is it just laying around?
Kept it for a darker day.
We don't have any judgment from fine.
Are we doing it here? Do we do it in the lobby or?
Do you wanna try doing this,
Welcome to Young Europe? Yeah. Next to the stairs where it's falling apart.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I would say down like that. Or, no, I think we can back it a bit.
Maybe do this fast. I think she just wants a photo of us.
What is that doing?
I'm a PR person.
Yeah.
So,
Lobby.
just question, without any implication on what it is in our part, but so you doing stories? It's coordinated not by you, oh, we're fancy, but it's like the PR person being like,
No, it was me going to her being like, what content do you want of me? Cause I want to build content for November. Then she was like, okay, I need 2 pictures of you separately, 4 pictures of the 2 of you, a video with 5 seconds in front, 5 seconds back, and I was like,
okay, perfect. No, not just because, it will be a tough year next year, so I need good, like, who does what?
I had that as well, and then I ended up at the beginning doing everything, because I was like, I don't know if that's your job or mine, so I did it.
See, this is what I'm trying to avoid.
Yeah, it was
I will not
technically,
be the just like
rest.
Okay,
It's
separate.
technically, like, she knows, in an ideal world, she knows we have the BNC, and she should have come with me to me with the project. She didn't. I
I need to keep an eye out, but technically I could.
Yeah.
Tell your person.
Yeah. Yeah, what we do is we have a calendar, a Google calendar made
Yes.
with our info at Webpyromania, like
Yeah.
Gmail. Where all our events are put so that everybody knows, including her, and then she has a more specific calendar that she made herself with our events and everything, and where everything needs to be posted and whatever.
Alright,
Uh,
okay, we do have them, so we have to get well.
And the calendar is for everybody that has access to the info, so I called for her to know the events. And so that's why in an ideal world, she would be like more proactive within like this project, I think. And then come to us with like, okay, let's do something for the BNC, let's do whatever. But if she doesn't know specific of international coordination, so then Horia will come to her and be like, look, I wanna do like this type of info type
Yeah.
video, how to. And that's how I said it. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, let's see. Cause we also don't have it written down, so that's also why I struggled and I met and I ended up doing like remember she got 70 pounds and I just the back and I was like, should I? Yeah, should I? Yeah.
What are we supposed to be cost? 35.
Bağlar Zencef.
Ne? Niye?
Hoşuma. Bro, şey diyeceğim. Ya bir dahaki BNC'ye biz senle gidelim daha. Oğlum çok taşacak olur bir şey diyeceğim. Sen de çok eğleniriz lan burada. Kanka zaten buranın olayı o yani. Hani buraya goy goy yapmak için gelmen lazım. Ya kanka sikerim ya. Hani. Ama kanka goy goy yapmaya başlayınca ben şeyi fark edince ha siktir bu kadar da ciddi değil bu olay galiba deyince çok eğlenceli. Hani evet bir Başar ablamızın bir fikri varmış galiba. Mike Queen. Ama eğlenceli ve tek kaldım zaten. Gitti gitti. Ha. Devam da DD dönmesi gerekiyordu. Bileti vardı. Yani Türkiye toplam kaç point yaptı tüm BNC boyunca? Türkiye toplam 4 point yaptı. Pardon 5. Pardon 5. 5. İkisi benim, üçü Deniz Duru ablamın. Yo bayağı düşük yani. Nasıl konuşan sigardan falan. Kanka ama benim konuşamam sebebi çok fazla point de vardı ya. Ben tecrübesizlik yani. Hani... O sonrakinde çok cüveyeceğim ben. Sonrakinde bayağı şey yapacağım yani. Kanka şakasız. Yani benim Duru ablam şey ya Norveç başbakanı olduğu için o çok aşırı yani. Ama çok şey evet ama şey geçti. Ee, bu faşist internet regülasyonunu geçti bana. EYP şey bu işte bu sosyal medya regülasyonlarının şey yapılması bu EYP hate falan filan var ya bunların regüle edilmesi. Hayır ama çok siksok kanka. Çok siksok yani ve kafayı yer tamam. Ben hala çözemedim. Bir öyle geçti. Valla. I don't like Rams. Do we know it? Hocam kimler sayılıyormuş. Cranston judging it. That's a good.
And also like it's yeah.
Yok kanka. Kanka. Tövbe. Ya sonra bir de şey dediler tamam. İşte enerji içecekleri falan konuştuk. Konferanslarda işte 18 yaş altı. Daha kaldı. Az kaldı bayağı. Hani bak neler kaldı. Şimdi ben sana söyleyeyim ama.
We were marked
Schedule'u. Ya not var bu arada. Ben notları update'liyorum yani. Çok cool. Yes sir. Dur. History of proposal yok değil. Aynen tabii. Okey. Bacım şey kaldı. İşte şey flag evaluation'ları
Like you could not press on the web, like even right connect web. There was no button. And then I restarted again and thought.
Turn konuştuk.
Yeah. Sometimes happens. I don't know why. Windows.
Heightened sense of governing responsibility falan. Sonra şey sponsor publicly invite var işte. Seleksiyonlardan sonra ne oluyor? Sonra virtual tour'dan falan gidiyor yani şey. Tamam. Ya ben yarın sabah 6'da gidiyorum. Bu akşam nerede kalacağım bilmiyorum. Ben dün tatlığa uyuyabilirim akşam. Yani sabah 6'da sen burada mı kalıyorsun? Ben hayır bir şey diyeceğim ben tam gece de otelde kalıyorum.
Yeah, if there's
Albania. What? Albania. Austria. Armenia. Azerbaijan. Belgium. Belgium is present. Albania is not present. Bulgaria. Oh. Bulgaria. Cyprus. Czech Republic. Finland. France. Georgia. Germany. Greece. Ireland. Italy. Kosovo. Thank you. Albania also present. Latvia. Present. Lithuania. Luxembourg.
But we don't have the plugger. We'll get them to you.
Okay, Netherlands. Norway. Poland.
Holland.
Not present. Portugal, Romania, Serbia, Slovenia, Spain, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, Ukraine, United Kingdom. Amazing. Then let's begin the next debate. A little disclaimer. We are, of course, because we had one extra agenda item today, a little bit behind the schedule that we wanted to have. This means we are asking you all to be snappy with your statements and your points. Really keep it to points and not statements in the open debate. Also, don't be mad at us if we cannot take every single point and every single direct response. And yeah, same thing goes for the proposing entities with opening statements and responses. Please keep it to a reasonable length. Everything else, yeah, Slack is still our friend. I saw that this meeting has been used very well, so let's keep it up for the remainder of the day. So now we will be discussing the proposed update to the policy on evaluation and feedback, regulations on flagging, which has been put forward by EWP the Netherlands. Over to you for an opening statement.
I'm sorry.
Welcome back from lunch, everybody. So the aim of this proposal is to just implement some standards about what flagging means. Currently, it is a practice that is, albeit not a lot, used in the network, and the evaluation and feedback policy only has one very non-descriptive clause about what this actually is. Thirdly, flagging can have a very big impact if done without the proper procedures and the proper thought behind it. And the thought of this proposal is basically to implement what is currently the status quo in the network and use that as a future starting point that, say, at a future BNC, another proposing entity, which is to perhaps change how we do this as a network, that they can do so. But in essence, it's codifying the things we do. So there's an entire new clause on flagging in the proposal. And Rita will give the overview, but basically it's very simple that the consequence is still not that you can never attend a session again, but simply information. That's the status quo. The consent is also status quo currently. I think there's an important point to raise that everybody knows. If you give an evaluation 5 days before uploading it to somebody, they can just upload it, even if there's no consent. Appeal status is also status quo. It's just codifying how things work. And for that, Rita will give a brief overview.
Okay, thank you so much. So yes, as Kik said, it's basically just a codification of existing practice. Sorry. So basically, we want to kind of assert within the policy evaluation and feedback what like flagging is for. Yeah, you can look at the entire proposal later. And kind of breach, not breach, close some gaps that exist currently in how the procedure works. One that we think is particularly relevant is kind of a certain who is responsible for flagging. So basically, during a session, enforcement of code of conduct often falls on BNC. But currently, since it's part of an evaluation, the status quo is that it needs to be the leadership member who's evaluating, deciding if the discipline section needs to be filled out, which in our experience might result in the leadership member not agreeing, and then no flagging going forward. And we talked earlier about the situation with excessively positive evals. We think it is kind of the same situation here where we cannot be avoiding filling out discipline sections, which are important for NCs to make informed decisions about who will participate in their sessions and be in contact with, well, minors and in positions of trust. We think, yeah, it is important that we kind of breach this so that we can move forward with perhaps correcting an issue of, we believe, under flagging. Yes, it also establishes that the rest of the evaluation needs to be written by the team leader, so it is not permission for NCs to go around and start writing evaluations for like just the general like general performance of the evaluatee, and it establishes an appeal procedure. Yeah, and you can, the proposal is quite extensive, you can find it on Booklet, I invite you to read it there. Yeah. Yeah, and the intended outcome is just to kind of prevent abuses of power from either side, either people being under evaluated or being able to very easily contest a deserved under flag. I meant not under evaluated, and be able to contest a flag that was deserved and that was warranted, but also to prevent team leaders and C, because team leaders under this are also able to, by their own initiative, flag someone. It just also says the NC can also do so. Yeah, it's preventing that they do it with if they do it in a way that's not warranted, and establishing an appeal procedure, which to my knowledge is already kind of existent, but like really codifying it for like if someone has a grievance with a flag they received, and also obviously helping NCs make informed decisions about who they're selecting. Yeah.
Thank you, EOP the Netherlands. Now, yes,
friendly amendment to the.
yes, we've added it. I think it's in the deck at a later point in time. Let me check.
So to inform the MCs here, what is not in the booklet is that there is an additional clause F that was introduced through our own friendly amendment.
Oh, is it not?
And it establishes that when a flag is issued, given that it's only warranted to be issued in case of a serious breach, the evaluator should notify the NSP of the given event and the safe core team. We think that's a bare minimum point for further follow-up and inquiry as to what went on the event and following the proper safety and welfare mechanism.
Yeah, we're working on updating it in the slide presentation, but maybe Leila can send it on Slack. Yeah, and I think the other stuff in the friendly amendment was just also like adding a full stop or something, like typo type stuff. Okay. So the friendly amendment will also be present shortly. In the meantime, we have time for some statements. If anyone wants to make any, I only see EOP Austria. That's fabulous for us. So you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I'll try to keep this short. After having recent issues with not knowing who does what in this certain process, we definitely agreed that this is very, very important topic to talk about, and also talk about, like, going back to previous debates we've had about, you know, blacklists, things that are like mouth-to-mouth gossip, or NCs internally noting this down. I think it is important that flags are established as something normal of when a breach of conduct happens, it actually is being put through in a forced evaluation, in a flag, and the participant also knows about this, and therefore also knows, okay, the NC is not just hating on me, but there's an actual reason for why you possibly can re-enter an NC, or like just know the background of it. And we definitely think NC should also be involved in the flagging process, since NC is responsible for enforcing code of conduct, and enforcing the code of conduct is also enforcing it in the evaluation part and the general follow-up process part. So we definitely are really positive towards this.
Thank you so much. Before EOP the Netherlands response, I'll just also read out the friendly amendment reminder, because this is a friendly amendment. It's loading on Slack, so by the time I will have read it out, you'll also see it. Because it's friendly amendment, this enters into the proposal immediately. So we will not have to take a separate vote on it. If you vote for the proposal at the end, this is automatically in it. So they added 24F, which reads as follows: after submitting an evaluation with a filled out discipline section, the evaluator is required to give notice to the NSP of the events NC and the safe core team regarding the occurred code of conduct violation. All right, clear, or would you like me to read it a second time? They can see it. Okay, wonderful. Then EOP the Netherlands, back to you for a very short response.
Yeah. Yeah, not much to add to what Joachim just said. Thank you for underscoring the importance of this new clause. We would just like to clarify that because a flag is not a ban, we would avoid comparing it to a blacklist, but we understand like where the kind of the parallel comes from. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That was indeed nice and short. moving on to the debate, it is structured in what warrants. What? What? What warrants a flag on and what is its purpose? Second round, the nitty-gritty, administration and all of that, really the detail work, and round three as always is general. For the first round, may I see points? We will start with UAP Slovenia. Yeah, so I prefer to commend UAP the Netherlands for bringing this up. I think it's a very important thing to consider. I have more of like a, I guess, discussion to also see what everybody else thinks of this, but my main issue with also what we have, I think the current clause is just lacking. Like especially point 24, which is where most of the amendments come into play. But my main issue right now is if there is an investigation of a serious like incident, because of which a person becomes flagged, there's nothing necessarily stopping them from participating in other sessions during specifically the investigation, which I feel like in cases of serious misconduct could be slightly problematic and open up members of our community to like a lot of horrible stuff. I mean, I feel like that's just the easiest way to put this. So I was wondering what maybe other NCs think of this and what the proposal committee says. Thank you, UAP Slovenia. Did Switzerland have a point? Okay. Then if there are no other points for this round, this means life is very easy for us and we will go back to UAP the Netherlands.
Thank you for your point. I think important to highlight here is that it's currently already the case that a flag isn't necessarily a ban. I understand the frustration and the scary thought of somebody with a serious breach going into another session, but I think the reason that we can't do it any other way is primarily because at the end of the day, an NC board member who also has a biased perspective because they were probably at the other end of an issue can't be the one who decides that somebody should never do an UIP session again. For that, we introduced clause F, which is the mandatory referral to the state court team and to the NSP for the proper safety and welfare mechanism to do this case. I invite you or all other NCs that if you don't like it this way to introduce an amendment to the proposed policy, because we simply codified the status quo, and if we don't like the status quo, we can still change it perhaps within this debate. Thanks.
Thank you so much, UAP the Netherlands. Now, let's get into the nitty-gritty of this proposal. Do we have any points from the NCs? Okay, UAP Slovenia, it's you again. I don't know if there's anyone else getting the shower debate flashbacks right now, but no, but I think we're very much on the same page. I just think that the 24F, just a bit of maybe housekeeping or however, does the NC text, email the safe court team? Is there maybe a bit of a procedure on how to do this? Because if the flagging doesn't necessarily come with also an investigation of the safe court team. So is that then just a text? Is it an email? Does it go through the evaluation after events? Does the NSP, does that text like let the safe court team know what would that be a procedure, and would then that make sense to be put in the policy as well? Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, UAP Cyprus, who will take your direct response. Sorry, France, they were faster. Could we get them a microphone, please?
In addition to what UAP Slovenia said, shouldn't any specific serious breach of the code of conduct be submitted as a complaint? So the safe court team should already know that the complaint has happened. Same goes for the NSP, since they are informed by the safe court team. And why are we creating two different procedures for the same thing? Like I get flagging, but yeah.
Okay, UAP the Netherlands, I'll allow you to respond briefly to this.
We are creating a second procedure because it's already a second practice, and the practice is unlegislated currently. And primarily, the absence of a requirement of making a complaint is because the NC is not always the person on the other side of this issue. A code of conduct breach can also happen between two chairpersons, for example, and then the NC just flags one of them. The notification is primarily because it's gonna end up with the proposal or with the safeguard team and the NSP regardless when somebody appeals. It's the best practice to keep people on the network informed. They're all under pledge of confidence, so okay.
Thank you so much. We will take a point from UAP Ireland, and if there's nothing else after that, we go into, and UK. So let's do Ireland, UK, and then back to the Netherlands. That's perfect. Mics, please. Guys, can everyone help us out and pay attention who's being recognized? Or even who's raising placards? And already passed the mic. Thank you. We in UAP Ireland obviously have a lot more requirements when it comes to child safety and issues surrounding that. So we were kind of, I suppose, concerned about how we would be able to implement this policy fully when if there's any issue in terms of like investigations or, you know, potential like breaks of law, that goes outside the scope of EYPES. But also like we would not be able to fully engage in this process with you and then inform the complaints team because it would be a breach of both national law, but it also like affect everyone else because things like this can happen in every country, and sometimes this type of like cooperation means the process becomes ineffective rather than its intended use, if that makes sense. Thank you so much. And now up to the UK.
I was about to say the same thing because we have very similar child protection laws, so I would just echo the UAP Ireland point and thank you.
Alright. So basically 2 votes on this 1 point. Brilliant. Europe, the Netherlands, are you ready to respond? Wonderful. Yes. So to start to respond to EYP Slovenia and EYP Cyprus, yeah, so when we say contact the safeguard team, of course, proper channels like email, don't like Instagram DM them. But we leave that to your criteria, and perhaps if the safeguard team wants to establish, like, you're just obligated to notify them. It's not a complaint, it's telling them, hey, this happened, which of course could like lead to them like taking further action, but it's like, yeah, it's a separate process, as Kate very eloquently put it, and we're just trying to kind of do our best to regulate it. For EYP Ireland and EYP UK, yeah, we're getting a bit nitty gritty on the role of the safeguard team here. NCs are already technically, yeah, but it's not this is not the safeguard team. The policy, basically welfare and well-being policy already mandates that, or like heavily encourages, I don't know which one, that you contact the safeguard team should there be as an NC, should there be like a massive breach of code of conduct. And to evaluate someone and to flag them is not mandatory. This proposal does not make it mandatory. If it goes against national law, like to do so because there's other procedures and other things that it cannot be used as a like complementary thing, you can just choose not to. Wonderful. Then let's go to the final round, which is general. If there are any points left that anyone wishes to raise. All right, then let's do exactly this. Portugal, Azerbaijan, back to the Netherlands, and then we can go to vote. All right.
Oh, yeah.
Mics?
Yes, I had a point about number E when it comes to the independent review of the governing body. As of now, the procedure is indeed that it can be asked by the governing body and the HR officer, depends on who is available, to review it, but the evaluator or like the person who writes the evaluation is always asked their opinion, and it is sort of a collaborative process that is not reflected in this clause. Are you proposing to change it to make it only for the GB and the person in charge, or is it just like a phrase in the name and then it will be a
EUB Portugal, over to EUB Azerbaijan. And just to add on to that, we also have a concern regarding safeguard team having done many investigations, some of which they've promised some results and later changed their mind. How can we ensure that doesn't happen throughout the process, because we're not eligible to be within that investigation too much, we only are aware of the results at the end. So how will you ensure the process is smooth with it? Because what you're proposing is great, and thank you so much for your work, but it is becoming more bureaucratic than it already is. Thank you. Okay, we'll take a direct response from EUB Slovenia, then a point from the Safe Core team. And then I think it is time. Bless you.
I would rather say that this is not a discussion about the Safe Core team and their procedures and how they function. This is merely how an NC flags someone and lets the Safe Core team know that they flagged someone.
Thank you, Slovenia. Because the Safe Core team is present, we will simply go to them now instead of going back to UAP Azerbaijan. So yeah, Safe Core team, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, yeah, Safe Core team should be made aware of these things, and I just wanted. There were several incorrect information, so you don't. If you contact Safe Core team, it doesn't mean you are officially filing a complaint. You can always just contact us to make us aware. You can ask for advice how to approach the situation. And the thing that has been raised many times, both yesterday and today, like how would that communication system look like? Again, we have NSPs. We said we are already working on it. So yeah, and when it comes to the process of Safe Core team, they take time. There are reasons why they take time because we have to take into consideration the safety of all people, those that have their complaints against them as the ones who are filing the complaint. So we would really appreciate if we could like ease up on us a bit. But yeah, as I said, NSPs should be like the way to have this kind of bridge between NCs and safety team. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Sorry, UAP Azerbaijan. No, we said we're closing the round and we also still have more stuff to do, to be honest. So we would go back to UAP the Netherlands to respond for the last time.
Yes, thank you. So on the part of Portugal's point about the clause E on the appeal mechanism, we just found it important to also highlight that the specific flag mechanism, because that's not anywhere in the policy currently, can also be appealed. We are more than pleased with the status quo as the GB does their work on the appeal system for any other evaluation that somebody is not happy with. And I think the way that works currently is fine by me. If it isn't by you, feel free to amend so in this proposed policy, and then we can take a vote on it. On Azerbaijan's point, the Safe Core team not responding promptly. I think importantly here is that the Safe Core team doesn't need to approve you posting the eval with the flag. You simply have to tell them, hey, I did this. And you also don't have to file a complaint because you might actually not be on the other side of the issue. It's just a courtesy of keeping them informed, also keeping their NSP informed. And then, yeah, on the Safe Core team, having one of the hardest jobs in the network, I think we already know that, and it's not easy to do everything on time, but they try. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. On that note, we have received two formal requests. The first one is an ordinary amendment proposal, and the second one will be a request to split vote, but let's first look at the ordinary amendment. Just put forward by UAP Switzerland.
Just give me a second.
The slides are charging. But if you could already pass the microphone for maybe one or two sentences on the rationale to UAP Switzerland, that would be lovely.
So, yeah, this amendment would remove the serious element to the possibility of doing a flag. It's still at the discretion of the people doing a flag, so it may be used to highlight breaches of code of conduct. It doesn't have to be, just because harm to another individual can be subjective, can be something that is not quite clear, and that is why we would like to propose that it is more lenient on this.
All right, would UAP the Netherlands briefly like to comment? All right.
BNC feels that this policy and this ambition more accurately reflects what they want out of the flagging mechanism. We are okay with it. Personally, from ERPNL's perspective, I don't think it's a particularly good idea, given that the status quo currently very much still is that a flag is a very serious thing. So I think the policy should reflect that it's actually a very serious thing, which is also why we have later clauses mandating contact with the SCT. And then
the serious harm is not just to an individual in the original framing, sorry, but also to the organization. So, for example, being super drunk and ruining a sponsor event is also still included.
Thank you very much. All right, then the time would be to vote on whether or not to adopt this ordinary amendment. If everyone could get it, I will call when to show what. All right, we will be starting again with abstentions. So white placards, and we see all, okay, so that is Kosovo, right? Thank you, Franz and Chris. Thank you. Now all against. Right, thank you. And now.
Yes.
Actually, can we have that against a second time? Because, okay, so in the future, please don't go up and down and up and down. Just decide, commit to one opinion, and then that's it. Because otherwise we cannot count you very well. Okay, thank you. Lower that. And now all in favor, please. Right, so we would have needed 19 votes in favor to reach the 2/3 majority, and we had 40. So this amendment has not been adopted. So if we vote on this proposal in a minute, it will be the original version, including the friendly amendment, not the ordinary amendment, okay? So on to our second formal request, which was brought forward by UAP UK, and which is to have a split vote, specifically splitting off 24F, so what was added in the friendly amendment from the rest of the proposal. I think it's clear why, so we don't need to hear more about this, but we need to vote on whether we want to split vote. Okay? Ha ha ha, I know, this is a bit meta. Can we do this pretty quickly? Can we see all in favor of the split vote? No, we don't have to. Okay, and all against? Okay, so it was more people in favor. So we will be split voting. Thank you. All right, so let's first vote on everything in the proposal besides 24F. Okay, and then we'll do 24F later. So for now, the majority of the proposal, all abstaining.
There's one amendment that is not something. Oh, sorry.
So it's send.
Yes.
First, send one.
UAP Bulgaria, could this potentially be brought at a later point in time? Or is it very, very urgent? Because that's why we generally, for ordinary amendments, usually we ask people to submit them before the meeting, actually. Of course, we see sometimes this also results from what you hear in the debate. But exactly for this reason, please look at stuff beforehand. Also, already talk with your peers beforehand to figure out what an amendment could be. And this is not just about UAP Bulgaria. I know everyone has been sending us a lot of amendments, like kind of in the middle of the action. But because amendments are cool, let's try to get as many of them already in the booklet already ahead of time.
Like Switzerland.
Like Switzerland. All right, sorry, Bulgaria, but we have to move on, unfortunately. Yes, for time reasons, we reject this, otherwise we are sure this was going to be very constructive. So let's vote on proposal minus 24F. Can you see all abstaining? Abstaining is white. May we see Kosovo? Okay. May we see all against? That would be red. Okay, nice. May we see all in favor? Great, this is so easy for us to count and math out. Brilliant. In that case, everything but 24F has been accepted. Now let's vote on 24F. May we see all abstaining?
Yes, that will be 29.
Thank you. May we see all against? Thank you. May we see all in favor? Okay, with 22 in favor, this has also reached the qualified majority, so also 24F has been accepted. Thank you so much, everyone. And without further ado, listen up. We have another debate. This one is from the governing body, and they propose a change to the charter of the UAP, term limits, heightened sense of GP responsibility, and coherence. Governing body, we're moving to you for some opening statements.
Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? Yeah. Okay, so the aim is to ensure the governing body is composed of members who are not there for too long, as well as to make sure that its work is accurately represented in the charter. So it's more like streamlining the incumbent practice with less vagueness. We can jump for this slide, it's not really interesting. So let's talk about the rationale, that's more interesting. So there are two sort of big parts of the proposal. One is the term limits. Let's explain a bit of the term limits. It is for strengthened, democratic process and legitimacy. The idea is that 4 years is a very, very long time. So if someone would rerun and win again, they would serve 4 years. That's in any way makes sense, a lot. And that should be the math. This is our ultimate rationale. There's a sub part of that, of course, which concerns portfolios. And this is also something that many of you actually have. A few of you have these term limits with your NCs generally. And what we're saying is that if you want to be the only portfolio holder in the governing body of a certain portfolio, 2 years is your maximum, because beyond that, you get so much knowledge, so much exposure, so many skills that you have to give back again. This has to trickle. This has to be a cycle that gives back within a year or two already, because otherwise you're effectively monopolizing a certain portfolio within the governing body, and we do not want that. Of course, in terms of consistency with the reality on the ground, that's actually the first bullet point. There are a lot of these clause by clause changes that are merely there to more accurately reflect what the governing body actually does. There is no big substantive change. This is already what you get briefed on when you do governance 101. So and you also have examples of how many years we served on our NC boards, for example, and you see that no one really did more than 4. So that's also again showing that this number of 4 is not just a random number, it also fits with some general experiences, number one. And number two, it's a re-election. It's one re-election, so that means you get re-elected once. And a lot of also true political or even corporate offices or even rectors of universities can get re-elected once for a term that is usually a bit longer, but for them time is slower than for us. So thank you very much for attention, and now we'll go to the last part. And now please look at GB role definitions and term limits. They have different highlights and different colors, and that is because each slide is categorized later on, because the way the discussion is structured is that we will talk about GB role definitions and then term limits. Now we're first going to talk next slide on the GB role definition. See it in the top left corner, and this is the first clause that is there, and this is literally just putting more words, concretizing more what we already have. You can read for yourself. and whatnot. There is nothing radical there. There is nothing that anyone in the IO and GB will tell you that is untrue there. If you go to clause 2, I such a small change. Clause 3, yes, democratic oversight in the sense that we also work with Anya in that level or whoever is going to be there in the future from both sides. 4, can insurance instead of insures, more of a grammatical type A kind of thing, but still important. And this is once again reiterating, this is already instructed in another way that when it comes to compliance with the rules, the governing body also has the role to educate, to help up, and not just to be some sort of a bad cop. Clause 6, new one, the idea, wow, yeah. I think it speaks for itself, to be honest, the idea that we want to, do it. That we would want people who we elect to be not role models in every sense, but we want that those people to have some sort of a standard. Now, we're going to term limits now. Look at the top left corner, term limits. So yeah, you essentially have all of the term limits logic there. In terms of the portfolios, so that you cannot have the same portfolio for more than 2 years if you are managing it just by yourself. And it also actually provides clarity to the fact that the governing body itself distributes portfolios, which is a reality that is actually not reflected in the charter. You don't elect a governing body member to work on, I don't know, ISs or capacity building. You elect a governing body member, and of course, a candidate for that position might talk more about it, but you elect a governing body member equal. Stefan and I were not elected to do NC support and development. That might be the political reasons why some of you did or did not vote for us, but that's a portfolio we distribute among ourselves. Next slide. Yes, so this is then a different charter article as you see, and there are some slight rephrasals to try to simplify and make the language clear. And that is just to say that, you cannot run if you have already served so long. Because serving more than 24 years in the governing body is a lot of time. Also on an NC board, imagine serving more than 4 years. Exactly. So yeah, there's that. Why 3.5? Just to explain why 3.5, because by the time that you run, you're already there for a bit more than 3.5 years, and that's what we're saying. So you have and also for special elections, because we have had them in the past. Not just these last 2 years, but even beforehand. Think of Jarne, who was elected exactly at the half-term point, for example. How that would reflect for him would be that he would be able to run again. Of course, that's an example from history. That's rationale stuff. It's okay. Yeah.
Excellent. Then we have a little bit of time for any statements that the MCs wish to make. I'm not seeing any, so then the GB also has nothing to respond to, of course. Meaning we can move on to the rounds of open debate. They are structured as follows. We have one, yes.
If I can just say, if you open the slides, I color coded, as I said, role definitions and term limits, which of the proposals relates to which of the things. To
And
help you
yeah,
navigate.
I'm sure they saw.
Yeah.
And the slides also have a little tag at the top, so you know which clauses are the what.
It also makes sense that people are smart enough.
And the rounds are also split in the same way. They are color coded, so that's very helpful. But first, we will have GB role definitions. Those are the first couple of clauses in the proposals. Then we will have term limits, which was the second half. And then, of course, as always, we end with general. So for the GB role definitions, do we have any points from the national committees?
Very dramatic to say you have a point.
All right. Then I believe there's nothing more to say about this. And we can move on to the second round, which are term limits. Any points on term limits? Yes, EOP Finland, of course, and then followed by EOP Cyprus.
Maybe I was too tired to understand the explanation, but is the 3.5 years that is cumulatively for, this is a bit weirdly formulated because it was like by the end of the calendar year, but they run in October. Okay, it just is 3.5. That makes sense for the 4 years.
It didn't make sense for me, but yeah. I obviously gathered and got everything that you mentioned, but for the people in this room that might have not understood, how would the 3.5 years / 4 work in specific to extraordinary elections? Like, because you mentioned two scales of the like 4 years and 5 months and 3 years and 6 months. So what's the different situations that this can happen? I know you pointed it out in the rationale, but like maybe a clear like.
All right, thank you, Cyprus, even though that was maybe phrased in a bit of a pointed way towards the other representatives. But we will take, of course, a direct response from you, Francis.
Just very quickly, just a second question related to that one. When you started the 3.5 years, is it since the time they're elected, or is it since the time they're entering into their position?
Response to that?
Yeah, since there are no other points, I think we can go back to the governing body and we can respond in whatever order.
Okay, so let's just clarify as to when the clock starts. It starts when your term starts, and that's also reflected explicitly in the language. Who have already been a member. You're a member elected from the moment of your election until on the 1st of January you become a member. As to the logic, why 3.5 years? There's a rationale part of it. Well, I'll address that later, but 3.5 years is put in there to account for special elections. So let me now walk you let me walk you through the example of Yerem and I. I got elected in an ordinary election. If I would rerun, for these rules, I would have the right to rerun and serve out that full term. Yerem would have the same right, because Yerem would not have served the full 2 years by the end of the calendar year, but would serve out 2 years minus 2 months, right? So that's the trick, and that's why we're saying 3.5 years, because 3.5 years by the end of that calendar final year means that you have been there for 1.5 years at least. So it's a lot of years I've just mentioned right now, but the logic is that if you have spent half or more than half of your time in a year in the governing body, you had enough time to influence, to shape in that year as well, so that year counts as well. Frankly, this is also the logic that a number of term limit rules use, albeit the language is not the same because we have a lot of special elections. In 2022, we had a special election that was in July, and Yarne was elected. And if that would, Yarne would have been able to run twice then for re-election, albeit the second time only for the year, for example. How, in terms of how these rules would apply. Also because the slight change in the original beginning sentence is made so that the governing body member, whenever there is, whenever this issue, would no longer be there. It's also a slight change as to safety and welfare. So no longer just the candidates are screened, but it's also applying the same standard as the candidates as for us. And the rationale is more or less that we really want to make it fair in terms of a standard. That it's a bit weird that I, as a candidate, wouldn't have had to. There shouldn't have been a safety and welfare process against me, but now as a governing body member, it could. That's a bit weird, right? So that's also the added logic as to why there was some rephrasing. Apologies if it's not the best phrasing. So feel free to again formal request some sort of an amendment or something like that as to that. Yeah.
Or not. All right, thank you so much. We have a third round of open debate, which is general, so we'll take a point from you, Ukraine. Mics. Oh, there's already one moving now.
And both stop.
Okay, thank you very much for this proposal, and just wanted to ask, in the clause 2, there is a statement governing body ensures educational value and diverse development opportunities for the members and national committees. Shouldn't be it changed to members and in gaps pre-national autonomous committees, or was it done on purpose?
Thank you, Ukraine. Are there any other points for this general round? If not, governing body, you may briefly respond, of course.
Because for policy and rules, this still applies to them. Just like autonomous committees. So any autonomous committee, whenever you mention national committee, unless otherwise stated, applies to that. This is the logic of our charter, as well as the policy on recognition and dormancy. So for example, IS delegation allocation, and let's say you have a kind of national committee, same logic, we just say national committee for the sake of consistency. Yeah, that's it. It applies to them, don't worry. Yeah, as well.
Thank you so much. This applies to most of our policies, so this is a nice thing to remember always. All right. Then, on this note, we can move on to the voting procedure. Since this is the charter, this needs a 2/3 majority to pass. May we once more see all abstentions? Thank you. May we see all against? Okay, may we see all in favor? Very nice, isn't that a nice picture? No one took the picture? Oh, yes, thank you, Camila. Beautiful, thank you so much. We've registered votes, and with this, also this charter change has been accepted. All right, on this note, as you know, we have put one of yesterday's agenda items on today's schedule, which means today's schedule was longer, but the governing body has done us a big service and they have withdrawn their topic of debate on sponsored topics. To save time, because we have one other topic of debate still left for today, courtesy of EWP Romania. So now we luckily do not have to stress so much during that. Thank you, GB. And of course, if this topic remains relevant from your perspective, this could always be reproposed.
Ali says hi, by the way. Yeah.
We say hi back to Ali Mayer. And especially sorry to Ali Mayer for kicking out her TOD. Okay. At least maybe now, if it's moved to the next GP, maybe Ali May will be present for her own TOD, which would be a very nice thing for her. Okay, so we will move on to the 34th and last agenda item, which is what happens after selection panels. Romania, do you have a mic close by? Yes,
Thank you so much. I will keep this very short. I have no big speech prepared, so don't worry. But this is generally very selfishly something we wanted to talk about and something we want to do in Romania, and we wanted to talk to you guys and see what you do and what your opinion is, and if anything network-wise should maybe be done at some point. And it's practically our topic of debate practically talks about what happens after selection panels in the sense of there's no rule, there's no time limit in which we should respond to the applicants with, well, acceptances, with rejections, with feedback, with offering feedback on their application and such. This is something I want to do in UAP Romania, so that for us to have a structure regarding selection and then a period of time in which we should respond to every single applicant, be it 5 for a position or 55 for a position. Because I think it's something we all deal with. I personally have had sessions that I'm still waiting on an answer on, and I applied in 2023. Maybe I'm not, I don't know. This is pretty much it, so I won't necessarily bore you with going, if you read it, you read it, if not, this is the topic. History of the proposal, known history. We can move on. Rationale, that's pretty much it. Maybe there needs to be, again, I want to do it in Romania as some sort of framework / standardized thing on how to approach with this with clear deadlines and for the NC reps and such, or for whoever is sending then the responses, be it leadership and whoever then deals with the roles. Whatever. And I think this is very important because it then reinforces the responsibility that we have. Because yeah, okay, the person is putting in the effort of applying, and even if it's a person, because we've all had it for like leadership positions where it's like a first-time official that applies that doesn't know how UIP works, you still have a responsibility towards that person. I personally take the time and explain to them in emails that they have so much free time, and I explained to them in emails how UIP works and that they shouldn't be applying to provide an app when it's their first time as an official. But I mean it in the sense of they put in the effort, we have to put in the effort to respond to all of the apps, as I see it. And yeah, I think it then reinforces responsibility and then the culture of accountability that I think we should have in UIP and we do have in all other aspects. But I think like this is something we kind of like left aside. Yeah, we can move on. Thank you. Possible action plan. Maybe introduce some sort of mandatory clause, maybe do something network wide, maybe this discussion inspires you to do something in your NC or I don't know, sustainable practices. Maybe something on the members platform, though we don't want to be that ambitious. And again, this is a topic of debate, so right now nothing's happening. We just want to see what your guys' vibe is regarding this. To move on. No, we can't. Okay. Perfect.
Okay, thank you so much, Lady Romania. Do we have any statements on this? Max, do you have a statement? Oh, well, you passed us though, and you got it.
Thank you. Yeah, but actually, very quickly, thank you, with Romania for bringing that up. Because I think it's really relevant, and that's also can be very nervous to our credibility as a network. The only thing is that I don't believe it will be maybe I believe it would be better as a guideline, because as a policy, it would be just enhancing again all the codification that we have. And at some point, I feel that if we're going through like such detailed and precise stuff, it's gonna be a bit, we're losing ourselves here and maybe wasting time. It depends also on, we have a lot of events, also it can depend. But yeah, I would see more as a guideline, but very relevant topical.
Thank you very much. Do you want to respond? I guess.
Yes, thanks so much. Yeah, I fully agree. That's pretty much my response. I do think a guideline in this sense because then every NC functions differently, and then there may be, I don't know, time constraints or whatever else may be happening with again every single session, every single selection panel, and every single NC. But yeah, exactly. Also, a guideline we very much agree with in the sense of we feel like there needs to be something somewhere that at least offers a suggestion.
Amazing. So we will now move on to the debate rounds. They are both general. So as the GB would say, let's go all out or whatever. Let's go crazy.
Go back.
Let's go crazy.
You enjoy, knock yourself out.
Go, you guys, come on.
Exactly. So, we can start here and keep it in this corner. We start with Italy, followed by the Finland.
Is that because stress comment?
Yes, I'm biased. I will disclose it. Can we have mic, please?
Yesterday it worked well when there was like one mic per zone.
And
then we go to.
Okay, thanks. So I hear that most of the times, kind of the problem with providing an answer to selection panel is still the question that we talked about a lot, capacity, because there's this feeling and image that it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy to reply. I personally do not feel like it's an issue to give rejections in a bulk with the DCCD function, which, dear applicant and then text, which I do not feel like in that case it becomes that big of an issue. You just copy paste everything. Obviously in DCC. In EYP Italy, we have this figure that we introduce for every session, which is the leadership board member. And some of you who participate in leadership position in Italian sessions have had experience with that. It's very much simply a person from the NC who is in contact with the leadership. And when it comes to leadership applications, it is the leadership board members who deals with the acceptance and rejections. The rest, we ask the leadership to deal with it. And then at that point, it comes down to, I guess, the responsibility and will of the leadership to deal with it. But it's always nice to ask. So this is from the side of EOP, but then I'll ask a question. How do you see eventually giving the responsibility and the accountability to the leadership in case no follow-up is given? How much importance would that have?
Thank you, Italy. That point was like 3 points. But you're just looking at how the direct response is like.
One of
One of the points, just pick one and that's fine. Can you pass the mic?
We're going.
One. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I heard the word capacity and I just had to raise my direct response. I'm not trying to say that like smaller NCs who have a lot of work, smaller boards, whatever, trying to avoid accountability, because I think a lot of the times it comes to sound like this, like, oh, but we don't have the capacity, so therefore we shouldn't be doing this. I think that's lame. But I do think that, sometimes it's not on the top of the priority list, where possibility of introducing a policy there would be like, do we punish people who don't send rejections, and would that then disproportionately affect smaller entities who again deal with like a number of different things and with less people, whatever, again, not trying to escape accountability, but just a little consideration regarding that. And yeah, again, if it's on the leadership, then how does the NC then take responsibility? Do we say, oh no, but the president was supposed to email them, so I shouldn't be punished for it, whatever. So that's a little consideration if there's a policy. Thank you for the very fair points, to be honest. And as long as with the Finland.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I agree both on the capacities for like getting feedback, but anyways, that's not the point. Is I think instead here, like if there is a policy of instituting like guidelines until when people who are rejected need to be informed, I think might be what might become a concern there is that long response times of officials who have been accepted, and then people like are put on like a wait list, kind of when they might get a rejection then later than all the other applicants, or kind of if there's a lot of dropouts, like how would one foresee that working with varying response times in terms of replying to emails?
Thank you. We will be taking the direct response from Lucas Switzerland.
So yeah, this is a practical thought that we also had, and we were wondering about in terms of wait lists, whether it might be worthwhile informing people that they are on a wait list, that they have not been accepted, but maybe that they could be.
Like Schrodinger's acceptance. Okay. We'll take a last point for this round coming with the UK, and then we'll go back to the proposing entity, and then in the second round, we'll go into it then. I saw you.
This point is just slightly revisiting some of the earlier content points on whose responsibility is it the entity, is it the leadership, whoever. What might be reasonable here is having a period of time during which the leadership are responsible, and then after that, an expectation that reasonable effort is made by the entity of whichever session to keep an eye on it, to show their leadership, to send the emails themselves, whatever way that needs to happen. And then you have the expectation that primarily on leadership, obviously if your leadership is competent, you're fine. And then if not, then the NC should, at least make an effort and not wash its hands, which would be what would happen anyway, but it's codifying it, right?
Thank you. European Romania, as promised, respond.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much. Okay. To quickly go through it. Okay. Fair enough. Okay, to kind of summarize the entire idea of who has responsibility and then who sends, because a lot of you guys have talked about it, who then sends the results and such and such. Again, this is why we very much agree with the idea of a guideline, not necessarily a policy, because this is so different in every single NC. How I can only talk about how we do it in Romania, and that is for leadership, the NC rep sends us, but then from then on, all members of the team, then it's the responsibility of the leadership to then send all responses, except as a rejection or whatever, CCing the NC rep so that we are aware when the rejections are being sent out. And I believe there is a deadline that we say, okay, from, I don't know, 14 days, maybe that's too little, 21 days, I don't know. From the time the selection panel happened or the time that the polls closed, then the NC rep that is on that particular session will be on top of the leadership, telling them that is coming, and so they get to send. And if they point blank refuse, then the NC rep will then take it on. And it being a guideline, nothing will happen. So then if it's beyond the deadline, the NC rep just takes it and does it pretty much. That's how we see it. I do fully agree with the point that Switzerland raised with informing people they're on the wait list. And this may be controversial. We've done it anyway for Romania with delegates. And we've told them that, look, you're on the wait list. that's the result you got, you may get a spot or you may not, just be aware. And I think that may be fair, that may work in certain cases. But then also within these 21 days after selection panel, I believe that a person wouldn't try to send a response as soon as possible to then have the time to get the other people in, and maybe there needs to be a certain asterisk or specifically waitlist or invites or dropouts. I think this can very much be worked with. It doesn't necessarily you have to give it 21 days and after that cancel session. But no. So I think that also responds to the point that Penny raised the dropouts. I have no solution for it personally, no exact solution. This is more so to like talk about it. And I think I also covered a point that the UK raised with the in a sense that a deadline for the leadership and then one for the NC. I think it should just generally be a deadline for everybody, and then the NC towards the end will start being a bit more pushy and then eventually take it over.
Thank you very much, VP Romania. You can pass the mic behind. We're gonna go to Azerbaijan, followed by Turkey, followed by Slovenia. So keep it up there.
Okay, thank you. I do want to specify, because I don't think the work of the selection panel ends until even after rejections, when, whoever got rejected, they can ask for feedback, so on, so on. So I do feel as if there is any sort of policy, then it's important to also include that within that, because I think it's just as bad not getting a rejection email, but then asking for feedback, wanting to improve for future applications, and then getting ghosted on that second, part as well.
Yeah, and also for the proposed solutions, like actually there is a function in members platform when you can like approve someone's application and it sends a notification, which I saw it for the first time when Joshua was my president, and there is a button like that, like you approve and you see, etc. But like you don't see the rejection, so I would really support it being integrated in the members platform, because many times people don't see their email or it just goes to spam, and it can also be missed, and also there are indirect responses.
It would be Azerbaijan was first. Okay, I don't know if this is 100%, so do correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Loki, in my experience, the approval button doesn't do anything. I think you only get that notification once you have been officially added on the NP page, and then like everyone else can also see that you are a vice president or a president or whatever it is. But I mean, it could be a thing that developers team does, I don't know. I think if it's 20 seconds, we can do it. If not, look, I'll give you my mic. Bye.
I wouldn't rely too much on the implementation of things on the platform, especially when it comes to this. First of all, because it would require a lot of time. So right now, until when it's implemented, okay. And on top of that, not all emails on the members platform are correct or even present. So it would just create another issue that we would be back at discussing. So I wouldn't even waste the BNC's energies into looking at the members platform as a solution.
Thank you, and it's time for this one. Yes, another idea that kind of popped into my head through this conversation is it would then also make sense to make a sort of include in this guideline also the timeline of selection panels. There are certain selection panels that take time, like 3 weeks after the calls closed, and then people already think they're rejected, and then you send them an email like a month later and like you're successful, and but like, oh, in a month. So I think a consideration, obviously, there are external factors for this, but some sort of timelines might be this idea. I think we have time for one direct response, I would say. Is it fine if we take France even if we work first, because they have none?
It is super simple and super quick, but I'm sorry, but we don't have the time to send that much emails, like saying the timeline of the selection panel, etc., etc. Like, wasn't it that? No? Oh, sorry, I misunderstood, my bad.
You can respond to this.
Get a mic for the IO?
Oh, no.
Okay, so just to respond to that, fully agree, it takes too much time, but what we do is a part of like our vision booklets, like, oh, call for chairpersons, whatever, which is included at the very end, like, you know, within the first 2 weeks, we will hold a selection panel, yada, yada, yada, so we don't have to email anyone. And then to quickly reply to Eva Slovenia, I think it was as well, I applied to a session once, 2 months without an email, but, well, an acceptance one or rejection one yet. But like a couple of weeks in, I got an email being like, hey, really sorry, there's like 70 plus applicants, so we're taking a bit longer on this. So this is just a very standard email. You don't even have to like, I don't know, personalize it to anyone, but it's like a very quick thing. And it helps, I think, to make sure that, you know, you feel important. Thank you. We actually are back on track. So we'll take the direct response from Bulgaria and then we'll go to the IO. To quickly go over what the Pennsylvania meant with the timeline, I think what they were trying to say is have a proposed timeline so that the selection panels are not organized 3 weeks after the calls are closed, but rather a week or within 10 days so that the selection can go and like so that it doesn't, the process is not delayed that much. But the points made by European Azerbaijan was really nice about the sending emails in order to, you know, say if in case something happens, because things happen, things can get delayed. So, yeah, it's good to give them a heads up. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for initiating this. I wanted to propose that the GB can also task the IO with drafting such a guideline based on all of your input, but also based on our experience with how we do it with ISS and capacity building events, because there we also help the leadership in setting up a timeline, etc. And we in general also keep a bit of an eye out at rejection messages also. Thank you. Really nice reminder. I think Mr. Winnie has enough to respond to. Yes, I see the desperation. So it was 2 rounds, right? So this is the last response ever at this BNC. Ooh, no pressure though.
Yeah,
Sorry.
It's on.
Yes, no pressure. Okay, second round of debate, European Azerbaijan, in terms of the selection panel not ending after rejections. Yes, this is very much something we have thought about and something that we have implemented in like Romania, not formally, but it was just okay, we have this application, this applicant asked for feedback, let's aim to have it sent grand max next week. But this is something that can be at some point implemented during the policy, the guideline, whatever it will turn into. In regards to the function on the members platform that Turkey mentioned, I'm not quite sure if it's actually integrated or not and if it works. However, if you are constantly checking your members platform, I will assume you are checking your email if you applied for a session. And you should probably check your email if you are waiting for an answer. And even if it goes into spam, the leadership would probably informally contact you somehow, be like, hey, can you please check your mail? So I do agree that it should not be a resource. We should not put that much more energy into having it somehow implemented into the members platform. Slovenia's point to include a timeline on selection panels, and then followed by the myriad of direct responses. Yes, very much we agree. There could be, I would say, we would lean more towards a guideline, at least in this instance. Things can happen, but it's always nice to have a guide being like, hey, don't delay this too much. But also Azerbaijan's point was very important. I feel just in selection panels, and whatever this topic of debate will turn into, it's important to remember that we need to have transparency and communication at the forefront as they are our responsibilities when we are dealing with a selection panel. So of course, such a mail as, hey, we have a lot of applicants, this will take a while longer, as long as it's transparent communication, then I feel like both parties are pretty much satisfied. And again, this does leave the question of how exactly this will be materialized, if it will be materialized. Shout out IOGD, especially in terms of how we could implement this on capacity building. I feel like that could be incredibly interesting. But yes, just to wrap it up, thank you very much for all the points of debate and hopefully, now stay tuned for BNCM 26-02. Thank you.
That was Thank you, everyone. We actually managed to be on time. Thank you from the withdrawal, but in general, this means that since we moved the agenda item to today, it means that we're actually pretty on time. We allocated. So technically, the last few things would be workshop results. However, workshop people, most workshop holders are not here, so that's a bit pointless. But you will receive the slides and the updates via Slack, so you can consult them whenever you feel like it. We shall close the meeting then. I would say that we can also reveal today's seating arrangement, which is by age of reps. If you have 2 reps, not to call anyone out. If you have 2 reps, it's the average age. But actually, we don't know.
We're the oldest here.
Yeah.
Well, I always guess.
A lot of emotions. Everyone growing conversations.
I'm very young to bring.
Okay. I can see a lot of masks being made.
I kind of really, like, you would sit there, but
Okay, we can wrap it up. Okay. Well, we're happy you enjoyed it.
So precious. I'm not sure everyone.
Oh, it's starting from there. Starting from here. Yes. It's average. Yes, it must have fit the same age. So yeah. But okay. Moving on. Turkey is like from Romania here, it goes up to Slovenia, and then from Portugal it goes to Austria. So it's a little snake. Yes. We are not in order. Adriana should be in the middle.
You should be here.
I mean, if it's not here, I'm in the middle. I mean, it would be me, Adriano, and you would be. Yes. Nadia would be in Italy. And the GP would be Stefan after Adriano.
Somewhere.
And
No, because I'm 20. That we would be there. Yeah, we would be there.
because you average with each other.
Yeah, but then Armenia in between Armenia.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, essentially. We will not ever do a field.
We can move on to the actual closing of the meeting. Anne, would you like to deliver a couple words? I have childcare duties today, so that's why they're setting up a little bit. I would like to thank you all for making democracy somewhat fun. Thank you first and foremost to our lovely BNC board. It's their last BNC meeting as board members, and I have a little something for you. Thank you
to the three of you for sort of making the schedule work miraculously and being patient with us and all of you, and for committing your free time for something that is rather technical, I would say, but so instrumental for making sure that this network continues to be youth-led and democratic. So thank you so much. As you all probably know, the calls to apply as a board member of the BNC are still open for another week. And you would make especially Sean and Annalise so happy if we get enough applications and continue this lovely practice. So yeah, do let us know if you're considering, and of course these three directly about how their experience was. There's normally also a handover meeting in person, so you get to learn a lot of tips and tricks, and you get to come to Berlin.
You gotta hold it like this, which is.
Thank you to our lovely GB for really diving deep into our charter.
Someone has to do it.
And for engaging with the NC and for withdrawing proposals when time was pressured. And so it's really lovely and constructive of you. Thank you to Sean and Annalou, who are not here yet. Annalou is picking up a van to transport everything back, and Sean has a day off. But yeah, it really, you probably all know this, but they are basically, we have two organizers for an event of 80 people. So it does take a lot of effort, and I'm immensely grateful to them. And lastly, thank you all for coming here, for taking, for some of you, quite a long trip. For an EYP event that might not be as fun as a traditional session, but that is super important, as I said, to continue our democratic practices. And yeah, I hope you come back. And as we already said, the next BNC meeting is taking place here again in the beginning of October. And we are looking forward to welcoming you back. And maybe we will also see some of you at the summer academy. Oh yeah, and that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much, Anne. It was lovely to have you here. And in general, yeah, let's just start with thanking the IO and also with having some time with me. Thank you. Especially, yeah, Sean and Annalou for, it's a big job, and also keeping in touch with the hostel, with you, with us, with everyone, transporting, I don't know, all your equipment from the other side of the city. And also shout out, he's not here, but shout out to Sean, because this is also his last BNCM. We'll let him know that we just handled for him. And also, yeah, thanks to the GP for the support, and also the flexibility, because they really bring a lot of proposals, but they're also very flexible because they care about you and and having your voice first of all. And they know when to step aside and when to jump in at the right time, and that's a very much appreciated quality. And of course, also the same for team in the figure of Dora here. It was lovely to have you here, but in general, I'm very happy that we have the Safe for Team active in BNCM. It wasn't always like this. We used to be this very mythical figure that no one knew anything about, and people were a bit skeptical towards, and I feel like that has changed a lot in the past couple of years, thanks to the people that make it up. So thank you a lot. Anyone else to say? Yeah, I mean, yes, of course. The next one is thank you, all of the reps, for the work you've done. It is a lot. There were 34 agenda items, which is a lot to digest, and you did a wonderful job. But I also want to extend the thanks to this past year. You've been incredibly receptive to all of our crazy ideas, and we appreciate this a lot. It's been very easy to work with you because we found a very enthusiastic crowd, and a crowd that is very open to giving and receiving feedback, especially giving, and we really appreciate it because it's always very constructive and very productive, and this is what we were looking for, and that is what we need as a network. And yeah, thank you to my vice chairs. Honestly, Adriana and Nadia, I mean, you know, you know that they're amazing, they've worked a lot. Adriano also for 2 terms, which, as you can see, shaped his patience a little. But yeah, no, it was a very, like, an extremely reliable board for me personally. There was never a time where I was stressed about, oh no, things are not gonna be done, because they were already done. Because, yeah, Nadia's Swiss efficiency is phenomenal, and Adriano's attention to detail also phenomenal, and it was really a pleasure to spend time with them. It was not a burden at all. It really made working easier. Also, to convince you to run for elections, I think our best memory together was handover. It was so fun. We spent a weekend together, the 3 of us in Berlin, going for ice cream, going to parks, and having philosophical EYP talks. And that's a very special moment that I personally will cherish for the rest of my EYP career, but also my life, if I can say that. And I would wish to any of you to have moments such as that. So consider it, come to us. We need motivated and and creative, I would say, people in this position. It might seem like very technical and a lot of work, but honestly, there's still stuff we don't know, and that's fine. You don't have to know everything. You don't have to be perfect. It's just a matter of being willing to do the things and being willing to listen to people. And I would say that's the most important part. So thank you, give it a thought, but in general, I won't say see you at next BNCM this time. See you somewhere in Europe, I guess. And before we end it officially, we will project a slide with the stats.
But before, I mean.
I also wanted to extend a thank you to the IO for the minutes taking, because
Yes.
it's quite a tough spot to be. And so all the minutes that you will be receiving will be reviewed by us, but the core thing is made by the IO, so thank you to all of you who take turns. And this is this BNC meeting.
Nice.
Yeah.
44 for me. This must be a new record.
I think the formal requests are definitely a record. Total discussion time is slightly less because we didn't start like at 7:30 as happened sometimes in the past, and also because we had updates which are not directly counted into discussion, I think, from what I did the Excel formula, I can't remember. But this is what you all did, we all did, so this is also for you.
We did some
Flex.
Yeah, you can flex it.
2 main takeaways. Democratic participation is up. We have a lot more formal requests, many of them being amendments. And also work-life balance is up because we had to spend fewer hours working. I have been to a BNC where we were still discussing at like 9:30, and we hadn't had dinner yet.
Yep.
So isn't this quite the change?
There were like more than 24 hours of debate. We had 26.
We all know that one. What's the outfit theme?
Honestly, self-call out, I don't think we were really good at sticking to today's theme. It was supposed to be a retirement Saturday, and we got dressing like old people, but I don't know.
It's an old t-shirt.
Yeah, hope you enjoyed also these little games. We did. We had a whole call to.
It was like, oh yeah, we have to chair the BNC, but the main thing was outfits and the sitting orders.
Yeah, and prizes for the little game. And on
Thank
this
you.
note, we are officially closed. Thank you. Go enjoy the sun, but wear sunscreen.
Please bring all of your envelopes.
Yes.
If someone like emergency style needs
Yes.
a new envelope, we have like 3.
Some of you have received new envelopes. You can take You don't have to run away, you can take a bit of time to, put it back. Yeah.
Also bring back the cups and leave the room tidy, please.
Be civil, thank you.